only cash. I'd sell a kidney, but there's no buyer for trash. The clowns in charge are having a brawl, and that orange asshole's ready to rule us all. The stock market's crashing, Wi-Fi's dead too. They said stay calm, so I put them to burn and grab the brew. Yeah, this is fine, sure this is fine. The dumpster's on fire and I'm sipping cheap wine. This is fine, oh this is fine. We're grilling up hot dogs at the end of the line. Got my gas mask on, wearing shades like a boss. Might as well look good while we're taking the loss. It's all a shit show, a hot dumpster fire. But hey, we'll roast s'mores on this funeral pyre. This is fine, yeah, this is fine. We're roasting marshmallows while the world resigns. This is fine, oh, this is fine. We'll moonwalk off the edge, it'll be sublime. So raise your glass to the flames and the smoke, or laugh crying, cause life's one big cosmic joke. It's all going down, so drink up my friend. We'll keep singing our song right till the bitter end.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? How you guys doing? Welcome. Where's my goddamn thing there? Hold on, there it is. All right. I know, kind of an impromptu thing tonight. I saw the comment there. Well, do you this whole I have, you know what, man? I got nothing else going on. Okay, that's what's going on. Okay, I thought about going to see the Joker. Today's been a weird day. As I feel like every day in my life is a weird day, but today was a weird day because I had to go get eyeglass prescription exam, and it was this morning, and I thought I was just going in, and they were just going to be like, "Yeah, okay, here's your prescription," because like all my insurance covers is a prescription. But no, they did the full eye exam, which was cool because I haven't had one in a while. So I want to make sure that my ocular stuff is going good because I gotta see for work. I got to be able to drive. Then they're like, hey, how do you feel about like dilating your pupils? Which they had not told me that they were going to do prior to going in today. Okay. And I was all like, what do you mean? Like, we're going to dilate your pupils so we can better get a look at your eye. And I'm like, good thing I have today off, I guess. And so like they give me the eye drops and they dilate my pupils. And that was the weirdest fucking thing driving home like that. Because it was so bright. It was like a nice day out in Washington. It was like, fuck, come on, goddamn fucking eyes. And it was like wonky as fuck, like all day. Lasted like 6 hours or so. And I just thought to myself, like, what would have happened if I would have like been like, yeah, I'm on my, I'm going in before I go to work today to get an eyeglass exam. Would I have gone to work all day and just been like, sorry guys, it's really bright. I'm not stoned. I just went to the doctor. Because, like, if you look at me, the pupils were just straight up black discs. They were just like, they were so black, it was like staring into the abyss of my soul. But hey, turns out that after 4 years of not having an eyeglass prescription, it turns out that my diabetes-riddled body barely adjusted anything in regards to my eyesight. So that's actually kind of cool. I was surprised at that. The doctor's like, yeah, the optometrist, I don't know, do you call them doctors? Right? Eye doctors, kind of. He was like, no, your eyesight's still pretty good. With your glasses, like your prescription has changed ever so slightly. Like, oh, all right, cool, man. Cool. So then, it's like, all right, there you go. That was my day. And then I worked on a couple little smaller side projects. I love Suno. Like the stuff that I used to make tonight's song, This Is Fine, which I think is actually a pretty good banger. And like, I just needed to do like creepy background tracks, and it has so much trouble with that. God fucking damn it. Anyway, let's take a look here at the chat. Spherical Man here says, you're going to make your own Joker movie? with hookers and blackjack. Eventually, I'm going to watch it. Like, I know that there's a copy of the movie floating around online. And I know that in some ways, like, I shouldn't go see a bootleg. I should go watch it in theaters. I don't want to. I don't want to see it in theaters. I would rather, like, I was looking at what was playing tonight. And I was like a little bit pissed because I know that new Hellboy movie came out and I want to watch it. And it was just kind of like one of the things that bothered me about it was like, it's not in theaters. I would have gone to see the new Hellboy in theaters. I saw the last Hellboy in theaters. I saw it opening night, the preview night. I went and I sung its praises. And I hear this one's actually pretty good despite how the trailer didn't make it look that grand. And then I just see like Joker follow you do. And it's like 20 fucking theaters in my, 20 showtimes during the day. And I'm like, I just don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even know why I don't care. I just don't care, And it might be that I've allowed myself to be kind of like taken over, been influenced by the vast majority of people telling me like how much of a shithouse this movie is. But the thing is, though, is that like I like the first one, but I always thought it didn't need a sequel. If you're not going to tie it into the grander Batman mythos, right? DC Comics mythos, which is what they should have fucking done. Connected this to the Batman and then had the Batman be a younger version of the Ben Affleck, Batman. And it would have worked out. It would have worked out just fine if you would have said this is the timeline. But everyone's up there screaming, no, you can't do it. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's actually not true at all. It makes all the sense in the world if you stop for a moment, pull your head out your dickhole, and fucking think about it. Anyway. And then, of course, today, was it Aaron Pierre? Is that his name? Gets cast as, by the way, it's cast, not casted, people. Thank you. Cast as the new Jon Stewart for the Lanterns HBO Max show. And all of a sudden, it got real crazy in Black Twitter. Saggy, of all people. Saggy, and this isn't firing shots. I felt bad. Saggy, light-skinned queen, out there. She's just fighting the good fight, She's all like, he's black, and people are like, he's not black enough. She's like, no, but he's black. He's not black enough, and you're racist for saying that. And then she goes, but I'm black. And then they're like, nah, are you? Are you really? It's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing, guys. It's horrible. You don't want to see it. The dude's a good actor from what I've been told about Rebel Ridge. I just think I think it's like, I could see like the Snyder fans getting mad that it wasn't Wayne T. Carr. And I went looking for some of that, and there was some of that on Twitter today. Some guys out there going like, but the Warner Brothers Discovery and DC Studios never gave Wayne T. Carr a time to shine. He was our Jon Stewart. Zack Snyder casted him. And then it's like you have to kind of come out and you have to go like, okay, like, hold on, guys. Ein Minuten bitte. Okay. Like, Zack went outside the studio system during a global pandemic to shoot a stand-in with a character actor that kind of resembled what Jon Stewart could look like and who happened to be a good friend of Ray Fisher, who was recommended because of Ray Fisher. And there you go. It wasn't like they went through the rigorous casting process to put Wayne T. Carr in a Green Lantern suit. It was just one night shooting it in the Stone Quarry Drive-In in his driveway in Pasadena. And it's so funny like how far it went up. But anyway, was it Kyle Chandler is all as Hal Jordan on the show. Nathan Fillion is Guy Gardner. Some weird ass names. I'm really wondering how many people are going to be able to disassociate Jon Stewart, the comic book character, from Jon Stewart, the late night TV show host / comedian / 9/11 firefighter, police department, political activist. That's going to be a question some people are going to have. Make no mistake. You're going to see like Aaron Pierre cast as Jon Stewart. Someone's going to be like, but isn't like Jon Stewart like Jewish? Like, this guy's black. I mean, is that a thing? Have we hit that part of Hollywood yet? Where they've just started recasting Jewish people with black actors? Has that happened? Are we there? Is that what's going on? And there are people out there that are dumb enough to think that, to be fair, because this is kind of the world we fucking live in. Anyway, that kind of happened. H. Bart's here says, that hiatus lasted. I'm bored. There's difference. Casey Conway here says, Andy Signore is grifting the hurricane. Well, I mean, look, you got a category 4, 3, 4, 5. I don't know what it is right now. Something bad called Milton that is headed towards the Tampa Bay area. And I don't want anything bad to happen to Andy's family or his property or anything that's not him. If he happens to walk outside and a stop sign gets caught in a cyclone of wind and smacks him square in the face and breaks his jaw, meaning he can't talk and lie, by all means, that would be okay with me. That would be karma. But nothing to happen to his house or family. There we go. Anyway, is this an AI song? Yes, Casey, it's an AI song. Parallax here says, Todd Phillips hated that the first movie did so well. I mean, he wanted to do it as a one-off, and then they just backed a dump truck full of money up to his property and said, like, go for it. So they made a movie that, you know, Joaquin Phoenix effectively, like, made in his, you know, came up with in his dream. So there you go. Anyway, what we got here? How'd my doctor appointment go? There we go. There we go. Don't go see Joker. Save your money. I did. All right, where are we at here? H. Bart's here says, Joker 2 is not a bad film. It's actually really good. I'm sure it's fine, H. Bart's. I'm sure it's absolutely fine. I don't think the movie is going to be bad. I don't think the movie is going to be terrible. It's just not something I care to go see in theaters. Like, again, looking through what's there tonight, and I'm like, you know, like if Venom was there, I'd be like, yeah, maybe I go see Venom because I want to see Venom. You know, the Hellboy, right? Like, you know, I don't know, something like Terrifier. I want to see Terrifier. But tomorrow night I got to work like real late, so I'm not going to be able to go see Terrifier until like next week. And by that point, all the spoilers are going to be online. You know, fuck. God damn it. I want to see it with a packed crowd of people. I want to see people get up and walk out, you know. Like, I mean, I could see people getting up and walking out of Joker 2, and then people getting up and walking out of Terrifier 3 for completely different reasons. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Am I doing call-ins? I don't know. Parallax here says, Gaming Grifters took a huge L this week with Silent Hill 2 remake being a huge success. Yeah, I just, you know, I've been seeing a lot of people online talking about that. I've been seeing a lot of people trying to attack it, if you will. So I did say on Twitter that if you would still bang the bubblehead nurse from Silent Hill 2, then you can't say the game is woke. Because I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. If she's covered in blood, you can't see your face, and she's trying to bludgeon you with a goddamn fucking lead pipe. You see those stockings? Good Lord. Good Lord. Look at that. High heels. Torn stockings. Those fucking straps. Like, you know she's got the full-on, like, undergarment thing going on. The cleavage and shit. Yeah, I do lift. Look at that miniskirt. Lift it up. Tap from behind, man. Good to go. Game ain't woke. Game ain't woke if you want to fuck it. There you go. That's the rules. I don't make them. Them the rules. Andrew here for 5. Thank you. Have you seen Rocky yet? Only commies haven't seen Rocky. I haven't seen Rocky. Yet. I know it's on my list of things I need to watch. Spherical Man here says, this is definitely a bootleggable movie. I mean, some movies are, I think. Anyway. CJH is manifesting again. What is he talking about? I don't know what CJH is talking about. I see him saying things in the chat. I don't know what he's talking about now. What flooded again? I don't know. I think I might have missed some stuff there. I'm sorry. So let's see. H. Bart's here says, I'm glad you don't listen to the majority with Rings of Power. Otherwise, we could have beef. No, man. Like, I wanted to see Rings of Power. Like I'm sure I will like Joker. I'm sure. You know, like, you guys know me. I generally tend to enjoy pretty much every movie I watch. But it's also about, like, when and where I watch it. I don't have that inkling, that desire to rush out to go see, like Joker. You know, like last week when I did that live stream from my car a week ago, you know. Oh, by the way, yeah. So how did that go? Yeah, because that's what people are talking about. Oh, that was a tough one. So like, apparently, and I'm just gonna be okay. So you guys know that I got sleep apnea, got diagnosed with that recently. So they got me on a CPAP machine, and apparently, for my insurance, I have to have a compliance rate of 70%, which means I have to use it for at least 4 hours a night, 70% of the time. For Department of Transportation compliance, they want it at 90%. And the doctor was like, basically like, you didn't reach that. And I'm like, no one told me, you know, and this is the same guy that I had 6 months ago, you know, roughly. And he didn't tell me 90%. And he was kind of a dick about it then. He was a real dick about it this time. And he gave me a 3-month extension. So I have 3 months to hit 90% compliance, and then we can go from there. And then my work tells me that because this is like a medical restriction, that's not something that they have to worry about. My next physical, I have to pay for. But thankfully, my assistant manager is going to look around for clinics that will take my insurance as a cover for that. So that's going to be a little helpful. But it's like, God damn it, man. This is like I understand the necessity of a sleep apnea machine, of a CPAP machine. I get the necessity of it. All right. I understand why it's important. I understand. But it's like, they didn't explain shit to me. Right? Like, I tell them, like, it's uncomfortable. I tell them I have trouble sleeping. I tell them I wake up completely dry mouthed and sometimes, like, you know, in pain as a result of that. And their response is like, well, just try a different mask. Just try it like this. You know, like, that's just the way it is. Like, even today, like when the optometrist was checking out my eyes, he was all like, your eyes are fine. There's a little bit of dryness behind your left eye. That could be from a CPAP machine. So you're going to want to go get like liquid tears or something and like eye drop yourself to keep your eye fucking, you know, lubricated from using this god awful fucking monstrosity, state fucking forced goddamn torture device. But I'm trying to make it work, because if I don't do it, I lose my job. That's the shitty thing. If I don't do it, I lose my job. I like my job. I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to not do my job. I hit a year. This week marks a year. I don't want to lose it. You know, like, I enjoy what I do. And, you know, I mean, if I did lose it, I'd be streaming a lot more and probably back to Uber, which would just be a goddamn nightmare. I don't know. It's fucking frustrating. It's frustrating because, like, you know, you get the parts in your life where you're like, you know, you try. And then it's like something is always kind of like holding you back, you know, and it's shitty because, like, my girlfriend, like, you know, I'm working more hours to make up for her job. She's trying to get more hours at her job and they're having trouble. So I'm picking up the slack. So I'm going to try to go 5 days a week. Just to make sure that we're good through the holidays, you know, and it's a lot, you guys. It's a lot going on anyway. And I don't even know. And that's the thing. And I'll be honest with you guys. I don't know how to make this whole thing, like, lucrative to the point of being lucrative to where I wouldn't have to worry about that. Because I know that after what happened 6 years ago, this channel is dead. It just is fucking dead. And I understand that by me being more of the politically progressive, dunking on Trump as much as I do sort of thing, it does anger a lot of the audience that was there before. There's a lot of people that have been like unsubscribing more and more and more as a result of that. And I get that. And I'm fine with that because, like, whatever. But at the same time, YouTube will not recommend this channel. And it's like, so start something new. So what is it that's going to do well? Well, you know, you talk, talk about fucking movies, right? I love movies. You guys know that. You can't get anywhere unless you're fucking seeing something brand new right away, which I don't have time to do, or you're fucking shitting on something. So I'm really trying to work it to where it's like, I was like, I can just do like 10, 15 minutes, talk about a movie or whatever. Like I was doing, you know, like last week. And then of course I get sick and everything goes to shit. I got off being sick and then I just had to go back to work and it was just trying to find the time was very difficult. And then I think to myself, yeah, but that's not fulfilling for me to just do like a 13-minute thing is not fulfilling. I want to do a dive. I want to deep dive it. I want to talk about that. And that's fucking fun. And then I understand, oh, right. Yeah. People are like, oh, but if you have like a co-host, then it's like someone to bounce off of. Well, in my professional experience and my personal experience, no one ever can keep up with me in the way that I want, whether that's a control freak issue. It might be. Okay. I'll fully admit, like, I have ideas in my brain and I don't want to do whatever that. It ends up just being this massive fucking problem. So I'm kind of just stuck, and that's the thing, is like, I'm just kind of stuck. Like, I don't even know. I enjoy streaming. I enjoy talking to you guys. I'm just kind of talking right now. I admit that, but it's like, I want to be fun, but it's like, otherwise it's like, I got to talk about fucking Bo Black's drama. Yeah. What fucking, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like fucking Lunchley, from Jake Paul and, or Logan Paul and who gives a shit? Right? Like none of that interests me. I'm a middle-aged man. Why the fuck should I give a shit about what the fuck is happening with goddamn content creators? That's the funny thing, is like, it's just the stupidest thing on the fucking planet. But still, I just want to point out, fuck Andy Signore. There we go on that one. Anyway, that was a rant. I apologize. Anyway, you can talk about the new Nintendo alarm clock. Yeah. What's up, William? How you doing, man? Let's see here. Can I do a podcast making fun of bad movies? I don't want to do that though, Andrew. That's the difference. I don't want to do a show making fun of bad movies, because some movies are bad. There's a lot of them are bad. But there's also something like charming about bad movies, because I don't think people who make bad movies intentionally go to make a movie that is shitty. It's like, look at like some of the Hammer horror films. They're really, really, really kind of cheesy by today's standards, but I still enjoy watching them. Like that Countess Dracula one, I really liked. I liked the concept of it. It was simple, but it was interesting. And like, again, the movies like didn't try so hard. Today movies try so hard because they have a much larger audience that they have to contend with. And so many movies are coming out. I mean, have you guys just looked to see what not only is coming to theaters, but what's coming to digital and what's coming to home video? It's a lot. Like, it's a lot. And they can't market everything enough to get people to watch it. Look at what's going on with Netflix. Netflix has all these shows that do really, that are like critically received well, audience received well, canceled after one season because they didn't break through and become some kind of cultural phenomenon. Because at this point now, it's all about whether or not something can hit that fucking virality point. And they just keep spending hundreds of millions of billions of dollars trying to just chase that dragon. Like, legitimately, it's like you're watching like these people just go, fuck development. Let's just throw everything at the wall and hope to God something sticks. Watch anime. Oh God. I don't even know. It's not that I have anything against anime. There's a barrier for entry there for me that I just like. It's like you just drag me kicking and screaming into it. Would I do to take the DSP route and stream on Kick? No, not at all. Not at all, man. All right, let's get into this one here. Okay. H-Bart's here. It says, I'm worried Superman is going to flop big. Considering that 9 out of the 10 DC films that have come out last have not done well. Yeah, that's an issue. Superman could be the big reset. I mean, like, look at Zachary Levi. There's a whole thing in the Hollywood Reporter today about how like he's basically like left Hollywood. He moved out of Hollywood and he moved to a little ranch in Texas because a boy from Ventura is going to be out there like raising cattle on the Texas frontier. But he's doing a lot of like faith-based stuff, and that's the grift. Like that's the grift, is the faith-based stuff is all the grift. And, you know, and so that's how he's trying to survive, is by just doing these Christian-based content, because that's where money is for him. Superman, you know, it's going to have a banging trailer. And we're probably going to get that trailer in front of the War of the Rohirrim. And, or whatever the other big Warner Brothers holiday movie is. And I think War of the Rohirrim is going to do good. It's fantasy, it's animated, it's in December, it's cozy. It's a cozy time of year for that. But I don't know what's gonna happen with Superman. I don't know if there's enough cultural love there for Superman to do well, considering the fact that Superman and Lois is in its 4th and final season right now. I think it's a truncated season, so it should be over before the end of this year. But if they stretch it out to somehow come out or to wind down right before Superman comes out next summer, I think that's a bad call. It's market saturation. But I don't know, it could flop. I know it could flop. If it flops, it's the end of DC. Make no mistake. If it flops, it is the end of DC. But then again, look at the Penguin. 3 episodes. Fucking show is phenomenal. Holy goddamn shit, that show is good. And I could see Zazzy Pants looking at James Gunn and saying, take what Matt Reeves is doing and now make that everything you're doing. Because the last Joker movie 5 years ago was a hit. That was R-rated, dark, bleak, Batman. The Batman came out 2.5 years ago. Dark, bleak, Batman. Did well. Batman does well. Superman, meh. I keep pointing this shit the fuck out. I keep saying it. And yet all the DC fans can never see past the edge of their own fucking nose on this one. These characters are not inherently popular in the way that Marvel characters are on the big screen. These characters are quite frankly your television characters. And that's where they should be. Or full-blown animation. Go where Marvel is not. I can't stress this enough, man. And I've talked about this forever when I talk about the entertainment industry, and it's I'm not wrong. Yeah, it's going to be costly. Yeah, Transformers 1 did not do what they wanted it to do because they released a goddamn Transformers movie in September. That should have been a June release or a fucking December release or a Thanksgiving release. And I hear it's a good movie, but the marketing wasn't great. And the animation didn't look all that grand, especially for those of you who've seen Bumblebee and you're like, man, I really like the opening 5 minutes of Bumblebee. That shit was fucking fire. But this doesn't look like that. And that's a problem. But again, I'm assuming that Transformers 1 will do well on home video. Because these are now properties that are aimed at the kids, but they're really aimed at the toy collectors who are in their mid-40s. Anyway. Andrew here for 5, thank you, says 57 years ago, the CIA killed Che Guevara. USA, USA, USA. He imprisoned gays and executed a 12-year-old for being a counter-revolutionary bad dude. I mean, to be fair, I should probably read up more on good old Che Guevara. I don't know much outside of he was a revolutionary, and he's on a t-shirt. They don't teach much about him in American schools, my friend. But thank you. Ahsoka here of $20, man. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ahsoka. I know this sounds mean, but happy that Joker 2 bombed. Found the first movie to be pretentious, boring, and predictable. Todd Phillips is no Scorsese, and I feel vindicated now that everyone hates the second film. I can understand that. I can understand that. I really can. So the first movie, I liked it, but I've only seen it the one time. I've never really felt the need to go back to it. What drew me to that movie was the hope for ultraviolence. I just felt that was what we were kind of waiting for, was for him to go ultra violent, and the ultra violent worked. What they did was effective. And the movie had a lot to say about mental health, mental illness, falling through the cracks, and also like the sins of our parents sort of thing. And I feel like this movie is either trying to be the antithesis to the first film or something else entirely. Because everyone I've talked to about it has been like, this movie actively goes out of its way to say fuck you to the first film. And I don't know how much of that I believe. I won't know till I see it. But it kind of makes sense, considering that the movie blew up, did $1 billion, won, a bunch of awards. And then Warner's is like, yeah, let's go make a sequel. And they got the fuck out of Todd Phillips' way. And like, that's Hangover 3. Does that anyone remember Hangover 3? I like it, but it wasn't Hangover 1. It was way more cynical. Because Todd Phillips is a cynical guy. He's a very, very cynical guy. Gone are the days of Road Trip, of Old School, of Starsky and Hutch. Gone are those movies. And that sucks because those are hysterical films. They're infinitely rewatchable. They're infinitely requotable. And they're great. But they're also snapshots of a time in Hollywood when dumb juvenile comedy was allowed to exist. I don't know if I can say it's necessarily not allowed to exist now. Maybe by the studio system that's unsure how to market that. And maybe they're unsure how to market it because they're afraid of what's going to happen if people on Twitter get their panties in a twist over a joke or something. I mean, imagine if The Hangover came out now. How many people would screen cap the part, from a bootleg where Bradley Cooper says paging Dr. Efsler to Ed Helms. And they would be like, this movie is problematic. This movie is problematic. And then, of course, they go see Hangover 2. And Ed Helms, has sex with a ladyboy. Right? Oh, this movie's trans. So no one, they didn't necessarily crying game that shit. It was just the way that they said it was all we came at the same time sort of thing. It was fucking hysterical. It's such a weird fucking movie. Anyway, thank you for that. HR10 says Joker 2 is good, but not theater worthy. I only went to the theater because I like going. Even saw both Downton Abbey in theaters, and they aren't really big theater films. Yeah, I mean, if you have the time and you want to see it in theaters, absolutely. That's kind of the point. If you have the time, you can totally do that. And I used to do that a lot more. I just don't have it now. I just don't have it now. Again, but if theaters were like 24 hours a day, that's a different story. They're just not. They're just fucking not, which sucks ass. Thank you for that, though. Andrew for 2 says, could you do a podcast? Oh, I talked about that one already. All right. This is here. It says, Alien 3 was so bad, David Fincher hated it so much. Some say he did try to sabotage the film. He still hates the film to this day. Yeah, but he hates the film because of what Fox did. Right? Like, if you were to talk to him about what he liked, does anyone ever ask him what he liked about the movie? I really, really, really feel like that's a thing. I think that's a fucking thing. If you ask him what he liked about the movie, it would make for a more interesting conversation. H. Ross here says, if you somehow got 3 hours, try Salem's Lot in 1979. Yeah, so like at Walmart the other day, I saw that they had like The Shining, It, and Salem's Lot for like $7.50. All 3 films or miniseries. And after I did watch the new Salem's Lot the other night, and I quite enjoyed it. It wasn't great. It had so many bad parts to it. Like, I don't want to say bad. I just mean like, moments. And like the effects weren't great. But then like Gary Doberman talked about how like he had a 180-page script and that there's a lot that got cut out of the movie and everything. And I'm like, yeah, it would have been nice to have seen that. Plus Barlow didn't look like spooky. It looked like it didn't look great. But I always enjoyed, I enjoyed it for what it was. Absolutely. Thank you. Also, H. Bartz here says, got a friend from my ROP group meeting Morfred through a mutual friend of theirs. And she's gonna she's gonna show her some of mine and other Twitter messages. Oh, she's gonna show her some of your Twitter messages. That's cool. That's nice, man. That's pretty good. you looking forward to Sweet Pea, I think, dropping here pretty soon? Let's see. Spherical Man here says, I've never seen anything Salem's Lot related. Just learned yesterday that it was a vampire movie. Yeah, I knew it was a vampire movie. And the story, like, I think the new movie is like, it ain't great, but it does capture the aesthetic, I think, quite nicely. My only problem with like shooting on digital is like sometimes it just looks too clean. And this looked like really clean. It looked like a made for TV movie, but it was good. Them mentioning the way to kill vampires got old quick. I mean, yeah, a little bit. Let's see. Brandon, I don't want to talk to you. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't have the energy. I don't have the energy to deal with you, buddy. I'm sorry. Let's see here. Rational says, I don't care. I love Alien 3. Yeah, I've never hated it. You know, I even like Alien Resurrection. And that's like sacrilege in some circles. You know, a lot of Greta Thunberg memes. How dare you? Like fucking Alien 3. It's, you know, I mean, come on, man. Like, you know, what is it? We're 21 years past fucking Freddy versus Jason. I love that goddamn movie. CJH here says, we got Star Wars A New Hope because people told George no. Yeah, I mean, people, you know, but that movie was made in the edit. And that movie was made with people who were doing like their own thing. You know, like there's a lot. Sometimes you get lucky. And A New Hope and Empire and Jedi, we were lucky. And what spawned out of that was lucky. And where we are now is lucky. But at the same time, if it wasn't them, it would have been somebody else. You know, we just don't know. You know, but I think without like Lucas and Spielberg and like, you know, Joe Johnson and Joe Dante and Zemeckis and Coppola and you know, fucking McTiernan and a lot of Toby Hooper, a lot of these guys, man, out of the fucking 80s. What they were able to do with that decade was wild as fuck. And I feel like here it is now, goddamn near 40 years later. And you know, they're just trying to chase it again without realizing that it was part of the experimentality of that time, as well as like limited resources, and people had to be real, you know, had to use a lot of ingenuity. Look at Beetlejuice, man. Beetlejuice had a budget of $15 million. It is a simple ass fucking movie filled with great performances and an awesome soundtrack, and it's iconic and it's immortal, and it's still to this day so goddamn fucking good. Beetlejuice 2, I liked it. Not as much as the first one by any means, but because it tried too hard in some ways. And it's like, I feel like these movies now are just afraid of having a simple premise. What is up with them? Just like look at the movie Hush. Yeah, it's like 8 years old. Came out 2016 or, you know, whatever, right? 8-9 years old. Simple premise. Deaf mute woman stuck in home. Masked intruder tries to kill her. Toys with her first. She's trying to survive. Simple fucking premise. Excellent fucking movie. Excellent fucking film. The problem is, in many ways, it's a lot of like, I don't want to necessarily claim over exposition, but over complication. You know, you can have like a movie take place in a night and just tell a simple story. Point A, point B, point C, point D, you're done. You know, and have it branch off a little bit here and there and have it be good. We like simplicity, by the way. We do. We like simplicity. We don't need things to be fucking as crazy as these movies are making. And I don't get it. Maybe everyone's just changing. I don't know. Let's see. Soka here says Agatha All Along is decent and The Penguin is fantastic. I recommend both. I've seen Penguin. I have not watched Agatha yet. I kind of forgot that it existed, to be honest with you. But I've heard good things. I've heard good things. Stephen King films have recently busted over the years. Firestarter, what do you think of that one? Are you talking about the Drew Barrymore one, or like the one they did with like Zac Efron? Because I've seen Neither one of those movies. I didn't see Carrie for the first time, like the De Palma Carrie, until like 10 years ago. But anyway. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. Well, Jess here says CG has ruined movie magic. I disagree. I don't think that CG has ruined movie magic. There's always going to be an over-reliance on it in some respects, but it should be there as part of the experience. But then again, the way that, the way that we approach big budget movies is they feel they have to have the effects in order to justify the expense, in order to justify the marketing, to get the butts in seats. Like, we just hit 20 years since Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow came out. Anyone remember that movie? Jude Law, Angelina Jolie, Gwyneth Paltrow. Whole thing shot on green screen back when that was something that was almost unheard of. And it's an old, pulpy, black and white or sepia tone kind of like comic serial from the 50s, like, alt history sort of stuff, Rocketeer-esque, aesthetically, like, it's such an interesting concept. And I have the movie on DVD around here somewhere. If they ever released it on 4K, I would buy it in a fucking heartbeat. Because, like, it's just such an interesting piece of film that, like, we don't get much of that. Not with that caliber of talent behind it. We got, like, the Iron Sky movies, right, about the Nazis went to the moon, but the guy who directed the first two of those went on to go do like Jeepers Creepers Reborn, and I've never had a movie that I had to physically fight the urge to turn off before. I don't like the badmouth movies, man. That was a toughie, because fucking shit, that one was not great. Do movies need to be shorter? Yes. Yes. Most movies shouldn't be longer than 90 minutes. Like, if you can't tell a story in 90 minutes, then what the fuck? It's just, maybe like 1 hour, 45 minutes, but past that, nothing. CJ here says, Dread 3D studio interference added action scenes to that movie. But the action scenes were good. The problem is they didn't know how to fucking market it. There was also problems behind the scenes with the director, which is one of the reasons why Alex Garland is largely credited as the one who directed that movie, but he doesn't have the actual credit on it. It's like Peter something or another does. So, and also when it comes to studio interference, that movie was independently financed. I think Lionsgate just didn't know how to market it. Spherical Man here says, Beetlejuice 2 could have been so much better if they reversed the story of Lydia's father and husband, not making the father the thing the plot revolved around. I know. If you're not going to have him in the movie, then don't heavily rely on him. I know that was kind of, well, the whole thing with Charles Dietz was literally just to set up Delia's whole storyline, which apparently was Catherine O'Hara's idea. And I thought it was really funny how that happened, but yeah, I get it. And the whole thing with Dolores too, like, was kind of over the place. Like, it became too complicated. You had 3 plot lines happening in that movie, and like, they didn't need 3 plot lines in that movie. Like, the guys who wrote the script are the guys who developed Wednesday. So I feel like they wrote the script for Beetlejuice 2, and they were planning on it being like, in their minds, like an 8-episode limited series. Let's see here. Soka for 5, thank you, says, CGI rules, practical rules. I like both. The anti-CGI has gotten on my nerves. It's kind of a thing with the anti-CGI people to some extent, that you end up, like, again, there are people who just love physical, practical, and it's like, and they both exist for good reason. But I think it's like they're there to balance each other out. An over-reliance. Well, I don't think you can ever over-rely on practical. Right? Well, no, maybe you can. Maybe you can over-rely on it. Like, you're like, I'm never going to touch CG. Like, CG could make it look a little bit more real, could save a little bit more money, maybe, or something along those lines, or allow you to get an effect that you're having a lot of trouble with in regards to, like, I guess, practically get it done. And then it just from there, it's like, but it's like, look at Waxworks, for example, right? Like, I love Waxwork. Like the werewolf stuff was cool, but like some of that was cheesy. But then when they go to the vampire thing and the guy's like leg is all fucking mangled, that looked gory as shit. It looked great. Anyway, let's see. H bars for 5 says Barlow's screen time is limited in both films due to his vampire design. In the novel, he's an old man, but King regrets the design after the 79 miniseries. Why is that? Because I thought he said he liked the design. It's like more like Nosferatu type. And you can have it be more Nosferatu type. But okay, like here's the thing. Go look at Blade 2 and then look at The Strain, the Guillermo del Toro vampire franchise that came out after that, and tell me that the vampires in The Strain are not just the vampires from Blade 2. Like, I mean, they are. Like, they flat out are. Like, he literally took that concept that he probably wrote for Blade 2 and then, like, took it over into his own thing about, like, the slit from the chin and having it open up like the Predator maw, something along those lines. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Anyway, this is for 2. Thank you, says, in November 9th, Arcane Season 2 starts soon. Yeah, I need to see it. I need to see Arcane. I've heard nothing but good things about it. David here says, I'm doing Popeye 1980 as a retrospective next year. That's going to be an interesting one. Let's see here. The whole original ending of Rise of the Planet of the Apes was saved because of test screens. What was the original ending of that movie? I know I just watched it again recently. I need to watch War. I still haven't seen War yet. Nathan here says, Dune, Avatar, and Lord of the Rings are all movies that use CGI as it should be used like another tool in the filmmaker's toolbox. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, Avatar is largely like 95% visual, CG, but it's also mocap. And the way that they shot it, the way that they did it was, part of the story they wanted to tell. But yeah, I see what you mean. Kuntz here says movies in their heyday were 90 minutes on average. The Mailman and Dances with Wolves was way too fucking long, and they were 3 hours long. And I remember seeing The Postman in theaters, and the thing was the girl I had a crush on in high school was like sitting right in front of me the whole fucking movie, and I was like distracted by her the whole fucking movie. I still like the movie though. A little long, but it was good. It was good. And yeah, but what else? Well, not only was it, Dances with Wolves. Look at fucking Wyatt Earp, man. All right. Like Kevin Costner loves his 3-hour movies, loves them. Look at was it Horizon? Let's see. H bars for 5. Thank you. It says, how mad would Chuds be if Robert Ariamamio, he's talking about, the guy who played Elrond in the new The Rings of Power show, popping up as Elrond in The Hunt for Gollum. Well, if Hugo Weaving doesn't want to come back, and here's the thing, if he gets a call, from fucking Peter Jackson, and he's all like, I might, we're doing it. Yeah, you want to, that's more Australian. Good time, mate. That's fucking weirdo. I can't do it on New Zealand. Hi, Hugo. We're doing Lord of the Rings, Hunt for Gollum. You want to be Elrond again? He might do it. And then he'd be like, fuck off, Peter. I've done it fucking 6 times. Can't even fucking do it. Anyway. I don't think that's gonna fucking happen. So, Spherical Commander says, Go and Miller were also behind Smallville. Yeah, but Smallville, like, come on, dude. Come on. Let's not even pretend Smallville was, like, not just Monster of the Week shit, okay? Like, Smallville would have been so much more fucking epic if it would have been, like, if they would have treated it like the X-Files treated their arcs. More shows that are running long need to do that. They need to do that shit. 100,000 billion % need to start having arcs in their shows. All right. You want to rock and roll some shit. You want to have a 21 episode season. Cool. Break that shit down into 3 7-episode arcs. There you fucking go. Holy shit. You just solved the problem. You give people 3 arcs that they can watch, and they are allowed to, at that point, get their shit done and get their shit out of the way and be content. Be content with that stuff, right? That's what they need to do. They just need to do that, but they're not, they're just not going to do it. They're just not going to do it, unfortunately. So let me see. Wow. I didn't realize this. I don't, hold on. I'm trying to fix something here. Okay. Oops. God damn it. All right. Where are we at? Do I plan on catching Terrifier 3? I want to. I won't have time. I won't have time. Let me see. You know what? I start work tomorrow. Let's see. Let me see. If there's a showing early enough, maybe. I do want to see Terrifier 2, though. Thursday. Let me see what's playing. Because I start work, I think, at like 4:30. And so Terrifier 3 starts at 8 p.m. But there's 8 p.m., 8:20, 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10:40. What's the 8 o'clock? How full is the 8 o'clock show? Holy shit, the 8 o'clock show is almost sold out. The 8:20 show still has a lot of seats available, but that's going to fill out. The 9 o'clock still has a lot of seats. Yeah, it's going to fill out too. The 9:30 completely open. The 10:40 completely open. See, the thing is, though, my last pickup tomorrow night is after midnight, so I will not be, like I said, if they did like a fucking, like 24-hour screenings, I'd be able to go. I'd absolutely go. Guillermo del Toro is still alive. Yeah, today is his 60th birthday, Mo. Nathan here says the Trinity test scene in Oppenheimer was less impactful, as it should be, because Nolan doesn't use CG. I don't know, man. I haven't seen Oppenheimer. Fourth here says more practical effects and artistic use of CG. I completely agree. He regrets making Barlow an old man in the book. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but especially if he's pulling from a Nosferatu sort of thing. So, let's see here. Koba picked up the gun in the woods that was supposed to kill Will and Brian Cox's character or something like that. In which one? What? Which one are you talking about? Because Koba picked up the gun in Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. I don't even know what you're talking about. Vince here says, I actually kind of like The Postman. It's an interesting take on a post-apocalyptic movie, right? About how like the best way to unite, like the best way to bring us back together is to have communication, right? Is to not be isolated. That's kind of the message from that shit. I didn't finish Smallville. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't. Fuck, 12 seasons. Woo. Anyway. H. Rice here for 5 days says, I'm going to watch Sweet Pea when I get home. The Return of Frog Eyes. Is that already out? I know that it's been, I saw some of the reviews were apparently good. They were apparently pretty decent. So I need to check that one out. I really like, there's, again, I've been enjoying watching movies. Just like this week's been tough. Lots been going on. But is Sweet Pea, did it actually come out on Stars? Is it actually out yet? Or is it, not till this weekend? Cause I do want to see it. I want to see what's going to happen with that thing. Stallone working on Cliffhanger 2. He's filming it right now. Oh, that's cool. Who's directing Cliffhanger 2? If it's not Rennie Harlan, man, I don't fucking care. Let's see here. Eric says, I think Ray Fisher is going to be okay. He's getting Oscar buzz for The Piano Lesson. I think he's finally moved on. I mean, yeah, probably. Like, how long, like how long is that gonna, is that gonna happen? Let's see here. All right. Did they put Piano Lesson in theaters? The Piano Lesson premiered at the 51st Telluride Film Festival on August 31st. It's scheduled to be released in select theaters in the United States on November 8th before coming to November 22nd. Or coming out on November 22nd. Okay, cool. Let's see. The Piano Lesson is a 2024 American drama film directed by Malcolm Washington, who co-wrote the screenplay with Virgil Williams. It's an adaptation of the 1987 play by August Wilson. Okay, what's the plot? Set in 1936 Pittsburgh during the aftermath of the Great Depression, The Piano Lesson follows the lives of the Charles family in the Doker Charles household and an heirloom of the family piano, which is decorated with designs and carved by an enslaved ancestor. That's okay. It's not really. It's produced by Denzel, which is okay. That's gonna be something there. And then it's let's see, and it's directed by Denzel's son, Malcolm Washington, who is the brother of John David Washington. Okay, so cool. Should be good. Should be pretty good. You know, I mean, look. Here's the thing: is I may not like Ray Fisher as a person, but the guy is a very good actor. You know, he's a very good actor. So I don't have any problem with that. All right. Andrew for 10, man, thank you so much. Says, watch the Alien 3 monologue by Charles Dance explaining how he was a drug-addicted doctor who killed his patients and tell me that that's not some of the best acting ever. The Alien 3 cast is stacked. I don't remember all of who's in it outside of Sigourney Weaver. Like, legit. I don't. Oh, no, Charles S. Dutton is in it, right? Charles S. Dutton. Is it because how old is that guy now? He's 73. I like Charles S. Dutton. He's a good dude, good actor. He actually killed a guy. Like what happened? To Charles. Okay, hold on. What was he in? Because yeah. I think you're thinking of like, okay, who was in? Okay, Charles Dance and Lance Henriksen were in that as well. Okay, yeah. So you have Sigourney Weaver, Charles S. Dutton, Charles Dance, Brian Glover, Ralph Brown, Paul McGann, Danny Webb, Lance Henriksen, Tom Woodruff Jr., but he played the alien. Pete Postlethwaite, whatever. That guy. So sad he died. Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, there's not Michael Biehn as an archive photo. Anyway. Yeah, I need to watch it again. Wow, 3 guys wrote Alien 3. One of them was Walter Hill, director of The Warriors. Walter Hill. Crazy. Also here, this is for 10. Thank you. Says Exo Squad in 1993 had a 3-part with part 1 with 5 eps and the other 2 4-ep saga on the first season and still got canceled for no reason. Okay. Yeah. But like cartoon shows, hold on. I'm just going to look this up. Why was Exo Squad canceled? Okay, so the show was purportedly canceled after 52 episodes because at that time, many independent production companies were being taken over by larger networks who wanted to produce their own content. Exo Squad was eventually moved to poor time slots, such as 4 a.m., until the ratings were no longer sufficient to sustain it. Jesus. So, I mean, yeah, well, it had arcs, but it's like, it had 50. I'm talking like per season. It fucking Exo Squad, had 52 episodes, I guess. Let's see here. Yeah, it released September 18th, 1993, died November 3rd, 1994. Wow. That's kind of crazy that, yeah, but anyway, like it did episodes. Okay. Are you a believer in Halatrials? No. I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. Okay, like Galadriel and Halbrand, Sauron. You know, they're gonna be tiptoeing around it for the rest of the fucking time. Okay, the next 3 seasons of that show are absolutely gonna have the smoldering chemistry between the two. It's gonna happen, folks. It's gonna happen. Renee here says, I want to make my own offensive R-rated Christmas movie. Well, no one is stopping you, my friend. Do it. CJH here says, do you think Mars will ever be landed on by humans in our lifetime or in the future? Or is it a pipe dream? No, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if it happens in the next like 5-6 years. You know, it's going to happen though. Anyway. Okay, in Rise. Oh, the original cut. Oh, okay. Well, let's see. Music Man here says, I need to watch the film as a Smallville series. The finale is the fucking worst. Is there a film version of the Smallville series? Because they should do that. Let's see. Andrew for 5, thank you. Says, watch Charles S. Dutton Alien 3 and tell me that isn't awesome. Dylan's one of the most complex, layered characters in all the franchise. Yeah, I need to watch it again. I just need to watch it. It's been so long. I don't even think I've seen Alien 3. No, I've seen it more than once. I remember being so upset when I first saw it that Newt had died because like I'm around the same age. I think the actress who played Newt in Aliens, she's a little older than me, right? Like how old is? Let's see here, Alien 3. Okay, hold on. Alien franchise, Aliens, yeah, 1986. Okay, starring, yeah, Carrie Henn, right? How old is Carrie Henn? She would have been like, she's 48, so she is, yeah, so she's 6 years older than me, and I kind of had a bit of a thing for her, at that time when I first saw the movie. She was cute. She was kind of cute. I was like, I don't know what it was. I saw it when I was young, you know, probably around the same age she would have been. So I probably saw it around the age of 10. So, you know, it's about that time. Yeah. I was like so bummed that she died, in Alien 3. It's kind of stupid. That they did that shit, but I get it. All right. Let's see. Dividing is what the right-wing grifters have been doing to us since 2015. That's true. And lately been paid for by the Russians. Yep. What's so funny about that is like, we know, like the length that they'll go to get what the fuck they want. Like we know that. And yet still, you know, people are like wanting to vote for Trump. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. And today, man, like the new polls are coming out. Like I don't know what's going on with that shit. I'm trying not to think about that at all. Eric here says, have you finished Rings of Power season 2? Do you think we're going to get Numenor as a main plot in season 3 in this fall? It's going to have to happen. So yeah. And, you know, it's definitely going to happen. Numenor is going to fall, obviously. And it's going to be glorious because, Farazor and that other little fuckhead can die. That's all I care. So let's see here. Alien 3 is the only Alien movie with fine acting performances. I don't know, man. Fucking, no, the first one. No, they've all got good acting performances. Eric definitely came in late. I already talked about the Penguin, but yes, I liked it. Yeah, Dutton killed a guy when he was younger, went to jail for 7.5 years. I read about that initially back in the 90s when I was in psychology class in high school. And that was in our textbook. And it always kind of stayed with me. I was like, oh shit, that dude killed a guy. Holy crap. So yeah. Am I going to see Nosferatu? Also, why the duck is it coming out on Christmas and not this month? I don't know, man. They don't want to get in the way of fucking Terrifier. I mean, look, Terrifier 3 is going to probably dethrone Joker 2 this weekend. You know, like an under $5 million, most likely only like 2 or 3 million before marketing. I think the marketing for Terrifier is around $1 million. They, you know, or a few million, whatever they've been spending on that. It's like, but it's so going to kick Joker's ass, and that's going to be funny. Like, it's just going to be funny when that happens. I can't say like I feel bad, because Joker is one that a lot of people are like, why the fuck is this here? Let's see. Music Manager says, I kind of want to watch Rings of Power, but I'm more of a sci-fi person and my mom loves Lord of the Rings and I hate her. Okay. Well, okay. It's not sci-fi. I mean, it's fiction. It's fantasy. You can kind of like I think you might like it. The thing is though, if you've already got a chip on your shoulder about Lord of the Rings, I don't think this is going to help. Because the first episode of Rings of Power is, how do I say this? Slow, because it's a lore dump. So it's slow. You just got to remember. That's kind of what's going to happen with that. So I would just definitely wait for that one. Like if you're just having, binging or whatever. Let's see here. It'd be funny if Musk never lands on Mars. That would be pretty funny. I think he's working on it. Like, I mean, Musk is like, I have a feeling Musk wants Trump to win so bad because there is something coming down the pipeline. I think Musk is aware that something is literally coming down the pipeline that is going to kick him square in the dick. You know what I'm saying? Because it just feels like his heel turn on a few things felt like it's more of a desire to stay, like a desire to kind of keep in power, to like stay out of some shit is what it feels like to me. I don't quite know what that is. Is that going to be DOJ is looking into him and he's caught wind of it, but he's under an NDA? Now you got to remember that when the DOJ went after Twitter to get to subpoena Jack Smith, went after Twitter to subpoena Trump's private communications on his personal account. Twitter tried to like fight back. They lost. And then Elon Musk was ordered to sign an NDA. He had a gag order placed upon him. He couldn't talk about that. I think that's now expired. But like this happened a while ago. And so Elon Musk is like, gotta be aware of some shit that's gone on. Because like, otherwise I feel like what he's doing is dumb as shit. So, anyways, the H Wars for 5, thank you, says, I'm usually against non-canon stuff like ships, but after seeing Galadriel hesitate fighting Sauron when he changed was pure Galadriel. Yeah, because like, that's the thing with these shows, man, is you always got to have a love story. Okay. Like, look, you got the love story of, was it Elendil, whatever the fuck his name is. Some of those names escape me at this point, but like, like the captain of the guard and the queen, right? And they obviously have a thing for each other. And it's like an it's like a forbidden love that's never going to fucking happen. Okay. Never going to fucking happen. You already know it's never going to fucking happen. And then you've got Isildur and you've got whatever the girl's name is from this season. Is that going to happen? We don't know. Maybe, potentially. Okay. But now there's like a thing where he had to go back and he left her and she needed to, to do her survival shit. So she stays with the guy. And then you've got who else? Like, Durin and Disa, they're already married. They have a great love for one another. They're fun. None of they got rid of Bronwyn, so Arondir doesn't have his love story anymore. Largely taking out his emotional core of the season. And that sucks because the actress wanted to quit the show to go back, and she's Iranian, and she wanted to go focus more on activism, which is fine, great, good for her, but still that sucks. And yeah, so like really the only will they, won't they in the show is Galadriel. So yeah, they're going to play up Galadriel and Halbrand potentially hooking up. And I guarantee you there will be a scene down the road where like they almost fuck. She's going to almost succumb to the dark side. That's going to happen. And then like Elrond is going to run in and like save her at the last minute or some shit like that. Or like Sauron is going to like fucking, he's going to shapeshift as her husband and like that kind of situation. But deep down she'll know that it's him because he knows her mind and she knows his. Like they want to fuck. That's what it is. And that's the will they, won't they. That is what the show now has to balance because they don't have any other kind of love story. And if you fucking think for a moment that you don't need a love story, might I remind you of Arwen, Yeah, Arwen was in the fucking books, but her story was way expanded upon with the original movies. Never mind the fucking elf and dwarf love fest that we had in the Hobbit trilogy, right? So it's like you need a love story. You need a love story. That's what's going on. How do I feel about these fan focus groups for movies? Bad idea. Bad idea. Terrible idea. Because they're going to go off what they feel, not what they think is best for the story. All right. I think I can navigate both pretty well. What I feel is best for the story versus what I want to see as a fan. You know what I'm saying? And I think these new fan groups that they're talking about are just a bad idea. It's one of the reasons why I've been more drawn to like more indie stuff recently, because it's just like, they don't have that influence, which sucks because I do love movies, but it's just, whatever. That I see Biden came out and said that weather is, that we're not controlling the weather. Yeah, it's so dumb. Let me play catch up here. So let's see here. Yeah, well, yeah. Plushy. Lord of the Rings films had their female characters expanded woke. That's true. They did. How is that queen still getting betrayed? Like the monster spit her back out and they still betray her because they found a document that basically like tries to make it out that she used dark magic to get out of that. It's crazy. Music Man here says, do you think some of those fans are mostly people from the Fandom Menace? I think they're going to try to get some of those, but here's what they're most likely going to do is they're going to find people from like TikTok. That's what it's going to be. Like, remember a couple of years ago when Amazon was all like, hey guys, let's put together this Lord of the Rings fan group of these super mega fans of Lord of the Rings and show them the Rings of Power trailer and let them, let them talk about it. Right. And then you find out that it was really bad. Like it was so bad. Amazon took it down, but I went looking into it. I went looking into it and I found out that basically all of those people were not known for being Lord of the Rings fans. They liked Harry Potter. Most of them did Harry Potter related content because you're not going to find a lot of people that are going to be simping over the Lord of the Rings that are going to be young and somewhat mildly attractive. You're going to get people that look maybe like the comic book guy from fucking Simpsons, right? That will just sit there and go, well, actually, let me tell you about what really happened at the battle of the Five Armies, whatever the fuck it is. Let me tell you what really happened at the Last Alliance. Fucking Peter Jackson's a hack. That never fucking had, like whatever the fuck, right? Like that's what they were doing. That influencers is what they wanted. And no one is out there fucking simping for goddamn, like Lord of the Rings on a constant. Okay. When you got people who've dedicated their entire lives to trying to understand like Tolkien lore and like become like literally have like dedicated their lives to becoming a Tolkien scholar. Yeah. You're like, this motherfucker's never touched pussy. Like ever, like you can enjoy it. You can get into it. You can deep dive and that's perfectly fine. But it's like, you're like, I've dedicated my life to understanding the works of J.R.R. Tolkien. Yeah, I mean, like it's a fantasy story, kind of about World War I and World War II. There's parallels you can pull from here. All right. No, but you must understand the deeper allegorical meaning of faith versus evil. No, it's pretty easy to figure the fuck out. Like it's pretty cut and dry. It's like, okay. But those are the people, like legitimately, those are the people that you should have up there going like, this is what you should do. Like those are the people like the ones who want to get like, because look, man, Lord of the Rings, like kind of like Warhammer 40K at its core should not be for casual fans. Okay. It should not be for casual fans. And one of the examples is fucking Gandalf. All right. So like, okay, what is Gandalf? Well, he's one of like the Maya, right? Whatever, like one of like, there's the Valar, which are like the gods. Okay. And then there's like the Istar and the Maya, and there's 5 wizards, and then they're like one of them like Saruman and Gandalf and Radagast, and fucking there's like 2 other ones that are like blue wizards and shit. And then you've got like different kind of hierarchies of orcs. You've got Uruk, Uruk-hai, like whatever the fuck it is, like fucking Pokemon and shit. Okay, like all these names that are like, you know, like Arondir, Elendil, Isildur, like fucking shit, man. Call one of them bitches Drake. I don't get your Jake, fucking, you know, Sam, Frodo, like super easy. Perry, you know, Merry and Pippin, easy things to remember. Aragorn, easy to remember. You get some of these fucking names and it's like, huh? And then you look at some of the shit that's going on with like the Warhammer shit, and it's all like, I am Caiaphas Cain, I am Lord Regent Supreme of the Primarch of the Forbidden Army of the Emperor God of Man, for he shall be known only today as Bob. Like so many fucking names and legacies and splitting branches of fucking lore, and it's cool. It's cool shit. But it's not for the normies, and we need to stop making it for the normies. Okay, I'm telling you, fucking required homework is something that should happen with this shit, because that's the biggest problem that you've got with something like the Rings of Power, is they're trying to cram 2,000, 3,000 years into a tight runtime of 8 to 10 episodes a season, and that's the biggest problem. Let's see. H Bars here says, thank you, Jarbo, for making fun of Lord of the Rings fans. LOL. My GC is all 20-year-old lore masters and most are girls. Well, there you go. Then you guys should be the ones doing that shit. All right. Let's see here. No, Pharazôn looked into the Palantir and saw that Halbrand was Sauron and then made the document. Oh, okay. Again, they didn't really fucking explain that too much. All I'm saying, how do they cram all that in? That's the hardest part. Yeah. How do they do that shit? Am I going to open phone lines today? I don't know. Maybe it's midnight. The H parts here is just like H parts. I got to ask you, buddy, have you had more luck growing your Twitter account now that you've moved away from the Ella fandom? Are you gonna now rebrand to Sweet Pea? Are you going to rebrand to Sweet Pea now that that's happening? Are you going to do that? Are you going to stick with Lord of the Rings? I'm kind of curious because I unmuted you for the Lord of the Rings shit. All right, you go back to Ella. I'm probably going to mute you again. I love you, buddy, but that's the thing. CJH here says Tolkien fans are the worst. They treat the books like the Holy Bible. Kinda. There was a whole big movement back in 2001 about the book firsters. People who were furious and upset at what Peter Jackson did, how he altered the holy tomes that was the Lord of the Rings, you know. But you have to make adaptation. Like there are things that have to be adapted. That's what I'm saying. It's like fucking, I'm hoping Warhammer people do not simplify it, like to the point of like drudgery, you know, like certain things you're going to have to simplify, right? Like, but it's like so many characters, so many places, so many names. And these are people who spend their whole life being in this shit. So, you know, it's going to be very difficult, like to get the normie on the, I don't know. It's so weird. The Peter Jackson stuff was great. Rings of Power sucks. I mean, thank you for your opinion. But whatever. What the heck is Sweet Pea? It's a new show where Ella Purnell starts killing people. She starts with H. Bart's dick. She just completely kills his dick. Just spills it everywhere. Anyway, H. Bart says, good thing you got me for your lore. Yeah, but we've talked about that, where like certain things are kind of frustrating. But yeah, it's true. Let's see. I've seen one film come to be fully adapted. It was shit. What film was that? I am curious. Let's see. CJH here says, I do think the Harry Potter reboot is pointless if they aren't adopting it word for word. Like, why redo what the movies did? Well, I mean, in this case, they would be adapting it more close to the text, for the most part, right? And you'd have a lot more characters. You'd have a lot more character moments. There'd be a lot more things. Like the first 2 seasons of that show, super fucking easy. It's very straightforward. I mean, book 1 is like 270 some pages, like 273 pages, I think. Book 2 is like 360 lengthwise. But when you get to like book 7, it's like 900 pages, or maybe a little less than that. So as it starts building and 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 building, more gets brought in, you know. So anyway. All right. Where am I at? Hold on. Lord of the Rings was influenced by Christian mythology. That's very true as well. Yeah. Yes, it would. I'm not placing you in timeout. You just have moderators that don't like you. That's what's going on. That's what's happening. Oh, the Batman Year One animated film, that was what was adapted point for point, and you didn't like it. I never saw it, so there we go. Blargan says, is Harry Potter even good if you didn't grow up on it and have nostalgia? I gave up after the first 2 in theaters. I mean, I read all 4 books that were available in 2001 before the movie came out. I love them, man. We were watching them again recently, actually. They're good. I mean, the thing is, though, again, it's like Lord of the Rings. I had my only knowledge of Lord of the Rings was like the Hobbit animated movie and the other 2 animated films, the Rankin and Bass films, right? From like, no, that's not that. God damn it. Who did the fucking other one? And you guys know the ones I'm talking about. Those are the ones I grew up with. Those especially the Hobbit animated movie. That's like, I grew up with those. So when I was 19, and it was, you got like the Lord of the Rings. It's like, oh wow, okay. And you're watching it. This is fucking good. Long as shit, but fucking good. And there's another one coming out next year. Holy shit. Like, can you go and watch the Lord of the Rings movies without having ever read the books? But they're over 20 years old now, but they still hold up. Yeah, the Harry Potter films are exactly the same way. They're exactly the same way. So, Jess here says, I wish the Netflix Scott Pilgrim series actually followed the books. So that's the thing with that. When I found out that they did something different, I was like, oh, okay. I didn't watch it. I should, though. CJ here says Goblet of Fire and Half-Blood Prince really do need that reboot. Oh, yeah, you're not, dude. No, you got to add in fucking Prisoner of Azkaban. All right. I mean, don't get me wrong. Azkaban was like probably like the best made of the films. But its story was like so left fucking field. Try reading The Stand by Stephen King or It. I mean, yeah. I mean, I've seen the miniseries, like the 90s miniseries, like fucking ton of times. And of course the Stephen King It miniseries from 1990, I think is, I like it better than the 2017 Andy Muschietti. But I mean, don't get me wrong, like the first It chapter 1 in 2017, great, fucking great. It chapter 2, you don't even need to watch It chapter 2. Like, all things considered, but you can rewatch part 1 like a lot because it's super good. And the same thing goes for the miniseries. But I didn't see The Stand that they redid for Paramount. Let's see. H. Rice here says, I do agree that Lord of the Rings is not for casual fans after episode 1 of season 1 prologue. I did give my parents a 30-minute lecture on the War of the Jewels in Morgoth. Exactly. When you start getting into the lore on that shit, like they need like lore, like they should have done all that stuff, right? Thank you. It was Rankin Bass for The Hobbit and the Bashki. That's what it was. Thank you. Anyway, a lot of that stuff is like, again, like go back to Warhammer 40K. How much of shit's going to be on there? Azkaban is an excellent movie, but like it deviates quite a bit. Let's see here. Plarkin, the only thing I remember from those movies is a cool big spider that wanted to eat them, a big snake, some girl in a bathroom, and an awful looking big ogre thing. I mean, yeah, you're kind of like merging the ogre that got brought in, which is where they become friends with Hermione, by the way, because Hermione was locked in the bathroom with the ogre, and Harry and Ron run in there in order to stop it. And they end up saving Hermione, which is how the three of them become friends, which is actually a really pivotal moment in not only the book, but the movie. The cool big ass spider was also in the second film. And the big snake was also, the basilisk was also in the second film. The girl in a bathroom, you might be thinking of Moaning Myrtle. She comes into play later on. She's a character that pops up every once in a while. But no, we could never get no fucking Peeves. We couldn't get no fucking Peeves. We can't get the goddamn Death Day party that apparently they fucking filmed Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party. Oh, and by the way, we never got Nearly Headless Nick explaining to Harry why Severus did not stay behind as a ghost. Because that was a pivotal emotional moment at the end of book 5 when Harry is reeling with grief over the death of his fucking uncle. Yeah, I like Harry fucking Potter. All right. God damn, I wish the Fantastic Beasts movies were good. Fucking shit. Fucking shit. All right, H-Bars for 20 bones, buddy. Thank you so much. One big lore thing for Lord of the Rings is the Balrog and Gandalf, the same species, and Gandalf only fell to stop the Balrog from chasing them and was allowed to use his full power on it since it was supposed to die in the first age. So it was trapped in there for all that time, and then Gandalf killed it, and then Gandalf comes back as Gandalf the White. You know, is that what's going on? Like, I remember that. It's been a while. I saw that because it's Prime, right? Prime deals going on right now. It's like you can get the Lord of the Rings extended 4K for like $40, which is a good deal. Good fucking deal, by the way. They killed it with a wand up his nose. They didn't kill it. They knocked it out. Music Manager says, I love Goblet, but there's a lot missing. You should find it if you can find it online. I don't know if you're able to. The Harry Potter Goblet of Fire television edition, right? The made-for-TV version has a lot of that extra shit put in. So there's a lot of deleted scenes for Goblet of Fire. Let's see. Blarkin says, kind of funny. The only thing I remember in those movies are the creatures. Only makes it more of a shame how lame the Fantastic Beasts movies came out. Yeah. I mean, I loved them fucking like all of that shit. I love the Harry Potter stuff. You know, and, but yeah, Fantastic Beasts didn't know what the fuck it wanted to be. So Half-Blood Prince is missing the plot about the Half-Blood Prince because it's too busy with Spider Funeral. Well, I mean, the thing with the Half-Blood Prince is the Half-Blood Prince was not about the Half-Blood Prince. The movie made it out to be that it was a setup for the last two films is what they were trying to do. Okay, it's just a setup for that. So what they wanted was they wanted to make it so, you know, like you would be at the end of it. It was like you were pissed off that Snape killed Dumbledore, and you're wanting the war, right? You're wanting to see the final battle between good and evil. Because at the end of the book 6, right? So you've got like, you know, Snape kills Dumbledore, page 606, and then they've got the fucking chaos in Hogwarts, right? Like the Great Hall becomes a goddamn war zone. You got Dumbledore's army who've been training since the last book. They're fucking putting up a hell of a fight against goddamn the Death Eaters. Okay. And the shit's going fucking down. It's a goddamn from page 606 to like the end of the book. It's pretty fast fucking paced. And they get through all that. And then they're chasing after Snape, right? And then Snape is like, I'm the Half-Blood Prince Harry, whatever the fuck it is, right? But the explanation in the book was good. The explanation in the book was good, and you're like, oh shit. And then at the end of that, they do the funeral, and then Harry's like, we have to leave. We have to go end this. We have to go find the Horcruxes. Now we've got our final mission. And that's going to be book 7. The movie needed to set up the finale. So the Half-Blood Prince, that reveal took a back fucking seat in order to capitalize on the death of Dumbledore. That's what it was. That's all. That's why they fucking did it. That's why they fucking did it. So there's like a lot there, like with that was like left out, and that bothered me. But I get it. You know, I understand from an adaptation perspective why they did it. You know, Snape killed Dumbledore. No, you bitch. No. Yeah, that was good. That's pretty fucking funny. Let's see. All right. I'll tell you guys what I'm going to do. Let me tell you guys what I'm going to do. Because I have a feeling we're going to get some fun stuff here. I'm going to take a quick break. I have to use the bathroom. And then I will drop the link. And you guys can... We'll do a little bit of call-in before I call it for the night. Let me just find something for us to watch while I use the restroom. Let's see here. All right, you know what? Screw it. We're gonna because I'm just such a fucking dick. So what we're gonna watch right now, while I'm out using the restroom, is you guys are gonna watch Hurricane Milton footage and get an idea of what's going on. Let's see how it is. I'll be. Good Lord. I didn't realize that it was going to be like hurricane ASMR, like Foul here says. I just kind of put it on because, like, this seems so serene, doesn't it? So, like, listen, guys. Tampa, Florida is fucked. People are going to die, but hey, man. Have you listened to, like, this sick-ass fucking instrumental? It's all calming and relaxing while the entire life and livelihoods of people in Florida are getting fucked. Fucking shit. All right. Oh, man. Okay. Well, thank you guys for that. I had to use the restroom. I was bad. All right. So I got a couple people in the back room there. Hold on here. Vince here says, I watched a couple Storm Chasers earlier. They had a member chat on and it had 100,000 in chat. Felt kind of icky. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. All right. So first up, you know him. You love him. Mitch Vonnie, have you done anything that we need to talk about recently?
Not really. All I was gonna say was, since that we found out that Kyler is Shadamus, I have like an interesting story about that.
Oh God. Okay.
Apparently he was like on Kiwi Farms and he was trying to like dox like 8-Bit Eric or something because of the whole beef between him and Review Tech USA. And because of that, he basically got his whole internet history, like his internet activity, like docs. Like they found out like his real name and all that shit.
Is that really him? Though, like, is it the same person or someone else is using the same name?
Apparently it's really him. I had to double check and it was really him. Like his name, is Kyler, Shadamus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to look through anyone on. I don't fucking know. I haven't been on Kiwi Farms in a long ass time. So
yeah, like
that's
yeah,
crazy.
like I knew like Shadamus was like on Kiwi Farms, but I didn't want to say anything because it was like a random person. But now that it's Kyler, I was like, what the fuck? That's Kyler.
He was here earlier too.
Yeah.
Briefly in the beginning. Now I want to kind of go look it up because he's a weird guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, from he was around like a long time ago, and we were all kind of worried. Like he had this he had this cat, like this little kitten that he had. And he'd be on camera, and like people legitimately thought he was gonna like hurt the cat. Like we were it was legitimately like we don't fucking know. Okay, Shad Amos. Okay, hold on. I found him here. Let's see, Shad. EA. Okay, Shad. Oh, I want to make sure I got that correct. I'm trying to Google this. All right. MAO. Okay. I'm just looking. Now I'm looking this up. But I'm not seeing anything.
I don't know. You just have to type it in on their search bar, in.
I don't want to go with the fucking Kiwi Farms, man.
Kiwi Farms.
Man, I don't want to do none of that shit.
I mean, it's for the best because you can see just weird ass shit that he's into, he's a furry and all that shit.
I feel like the most the people who are the most pure on the internet, you know what I mean? Like those kind of people that are just everything is terrible, whatever, right? I mean, those kind of people strike me as the type that are very, oh my God, it is him. It is him. He joined May 3rd, 2024. Last seen July 20th, 2024. Okay. So, well, he says, okay, but he's using the same avatar. He's using the same fucking avatar as that character on there. So yeah, I would assume.
Yep.
That's a pretty random fucking like it's a furry avatar. Yeah, it's probably him. At
Yeah.
this point, it's probably him. Yeah. God damn it. Fucking Kiwi Farms, man. People that are just like, I just want to go and find people, Matthew. Do you like it if you drink your own cum, Matthew? Because it kind of sounds like that a little bit. I don't know. Like,
Did Anthony Chabot actually say that?
no, him and Anthony Chabot sound alike. Like Anthony's more like, Anthony Chabot's like, hi there, Matthew. I had a bad day, Matthew. I got a new VHS. It's The Patriot with Mel Gibson, Matthew. I got it at the library. It was free. I have a book. I'm writing a book. It's a good book. It's my autobiography, Matthew. And we're gonna, you're in it. The whole thing's about you, Matthew. Jesus.
I don't know. I'm just starting to wonder what brand on Heat on might sound like.
No, like Kyler kind of sounds a bit different. He's more like hey there. I can't do it. I gotta fucking listen to you. Was that
like you have to hold your nose or something?
I'm just trying to fucking whatever, man. But all right, man. I'm gonna let you go.
Right.
Get the next guy. But thank you. Oh, have you your cousin? Any update with your cousin situation?
Not really.
Good. That's good. That's the answer we want to hear. Wait, hold on. No, hold on. I want to see if I can find a clip. Let's see here. So if I can, hopefully. Oh God, the clip. I don't think I can find it. Damn it! There's a movie that came out in 1998 called Welcome to Whoop Whoop.
Okay.
And like in this movie, an American ends up getting kidnapped, basically drugged and like brought back to this like crater in the middle of the outback. And it's a bunch of people who are kind of isolated and whatnot, and so they have people go out and like kidnap others so they can not like you have like a population of flipper babies. And but one of the guys is like really sexually attracted to his cousin.
Okay.
So the guy in charge is all like, he's like, what do? You beat your mate. I can't find the clip. It's such an obscure ass movie. Here, I'll tell you what. I'll show you the fucking. I'll show you the trailer before you go. It's an obscure fucking movie. This movie's great. It's I've seen this a couple times. It's really funny, but it's very obscure.
Too hot, too many bloody flies, but it's ours. It's Australia.
My first brekkie with my new hubby.
I'm not your husband. We're not married.
Will you wait till you see the photos? Stand up, you duffer.
Whack me in the head.
Head of the gate.
Honeymoon is totally unacceptable.
You asked me.
Well, I don't think
On
so.
the beach, you said.
What did I say? I love you.
I want you to be happy here, Teddy. That's my prayer.
As far as the 7 o'clock news goes, whoop whoop doesn't exist, and that's the way we like it. Nobody leaves here without my permission, and that permission is never given.
This is a kidnap.
Yeah. You gotta see it. You gotta see it. I don't know. Danny here says, what the fuck, I love it. Yeah, it came out in like 98. Is it streaming anywhere though? Because I do want to watch it again. Welcome to Whoop Whoop streaming. It's currently available. It's an Australian movie. You can get it for $2.99 at Fandango at home. All right, maybe. Hold on a second. Nope. Fuck. It's not even on Tubi, guys. It's not even on Tubi. What the fuck? Everything is on Tubi except for Welcome to Whoop Whoop. All right. Get the fuck out of here, Mitch. I'll talk to you later. All right. CJH, are you there?
Hey.
Okay.
They announced Alien Isolation too.
Yes. Yes, they did. That's a good thing. I do want to play it. Did you ever see that I mean IGN had posted a machinima of Alien Isolation from like 2017?
No, this is the first I've heard.
Yeah, they did this.
I saw that Perp made a joke about IGN, but I didn't understand the joke. But
there's a lot of jokes to make about that.
you just mentioned the word IGN under a post about Alien Isolation. I was like, what? I don't get it, but I guess if they made a video about it.
Yeah. I mean, well, no, it's not really a movie. Oh, real quick though. I just happened to be kind of going over to YouTube on the right quick thing. So here's the scene from the whole movie of Welcome to Whoop Whoop is on there. I just happened to randomly click on this one scene, and I think I found what I was looking for. This is a classic clip from the classic movie Welcome to Whoop Whoop.
He's your boy.
They just caught this guy with his cousin, by the way.
He knows the rules. The rules. There's gotta be rules, Duffy. What do you do when you crack a fat?
I beat my mate.
You beat your meat, don't you? You flog your log. You
Who's
whack
that actor?
your shank.
I'm not
Older
sure.
one.
Pull your push. But what do? You go and root in the ute. The next thing you know, your little cousin Laverne's up the spout. Then what do we got, Duffy?
Runts.
Runts. What do we do with runts?
Strangle them at birth.
We strangle them at birth. You oversexed little maggot.
Hey! You want to kill him?
Yeah, it's a fucking dark ass comedy. By the way, because I know I saw Danny talking about that. There, I'm going to drop the link. There you go, Danny. And if you guys want to watch Welcome to Whoop Whoop, the full movie is available on YouTube. It is worth it to watch, by the way. It is a very interesting movie to watch.
But
so
on top of the Alien Isolation, I also don't get the whole Harry Potter remake if they're talking about that the producer doesn't like adaptations or something like
well,
that.
I mean, the thing is, though, everything's an adaptation, but like the movies, they did a fair amount of their own little, changing of things, right? All movies, like Lord of the Rings did the same thing. Look at the Chronicles of Narnia did the same thing.
Yeah.
All of these stories, they're going to be adapted because certain writers are going to look at different things differently. They're going to look at the importance of a certain scene over another scene. What is going to be able to convey the theme that they want to convey, what's going to be able to move the story forward, what's going to be exciting, and what's going to be able to be done. If they would have tried to do Harry Potter in like the fucking mid 90s, imagine them attempting to do Quidditch.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't that be the easiest one to do, actually?
Not really, because green screen technology was there, but it was still in its infancy.
Yeah, but it was simply just the blue screen and like hiding. It was like mirror. They used mirrors and stuff like that. It's no different than making Superman fly, right?
Well, no, because there's a lot more. Superman flying was him on a rig in front of a blue screen.
Yeah.
Right. Or a scene that just had like the clouds floating behind it, whatever.
Yeah.
Not a full action packed sequence,
Yeah. It
Because,
may
like-
look a little bit lower budget, I think.
Yeah. I mean, because they were trying to make this a big, this was a big fantasy, right? This was like Chris Columbus. I kind of would love to have seen what Chris Columbus would have done with the entire seven books. It would have been more grounded, I think.
The last two.
Yeah, the Deathly Hallows Part 1 and Part 2 were good.
Yeah.
Like they were legitimately good.
They're rewatchable too.
They're all the movies are rewatchable.
Yeah.
There's not one Harry Potter movie that I'm like, maybe like
Deathly Hollows and Goblet of Fire, maybe.
well, definitely. But you just said the last two were good. That's Deathly Hallows Part 1 and Part 2.
Oh, I meant what's the
Order of the Phoenix.
Well, that and Half-Blood Prince.
I mean, I liked Half-Blood Prince, but
See, my argument has always been they took out so much.
well, yeah, but again, they always have to. The Horcrux thing in and of itself is difficult to explain.
Yeah.
You know, you're all like, so he cut his soul into 7 pieces. And now they have to go find each one and destroy it. But how do they find it? That's the mystery. And at the same time, like what they should have done is, you know, I mean, I like the fact that the concept of the final battle was not like Voldemort taking over the Ministry of Magic. That it was him like, I'm going after Hogwarts because that's going to be like, I have to kill Harry Potter.
Yeah.
And that's where Harry is. And that's what I have to do. Because otherwise, like, this kid can fuck up my shit, you know? And like the scene the scene in Part 2, when they're getting ready to like defend the castle and they all like throw up their wands and create the shield. Like, oh, that was fucking great. You know?
Only for that to be destroyed in like 2 seconds.
Well, you know, listen, you might try. Okay. Doesn't mean things are going to hold.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things I enjoyed about the Rings of Power season finale was like the orcs are like, hey, we've identified a weakness in the wall. This is what we're going to do, you know? And like, okay, they had a plan, they had a strategy and they were working for it. It was good shit.
I could see them rebooting it because they obviously can't do a sequel with Cursed Child because of that.
No one liked Cursed Child.
I know, but they could, you know, Hollywood spin it, I guess.
Well, are you talking about like the fact that Hermione was played by a black actress?
No, well, I mean, I didn't like the time travel plot. But
oh yeah, you know what? I never actually read it.
yeah,
There's time
they did
travel.
the whole
That's
time-
well, they
yeah.
did the time tuner in
Yeah, but they explained in the books they got rid of all those after the fact.
yeah.
How convenient.
So I know, right? It's all like we found this way to go back in time.
Yeah.
They basically like Back to the Future 2'd. Was it Prisoner of Azkaban? Yeah, because they have to go save Hagrid.
Yeah.
And I always thought that was kind of cool. But then it's also one of the things I enjoyed was like in the last Indiana Jones movie. I thought I was going to hate the time travel,
Yeah.
but they made it interesting because
They
like
made
at
it
first
work.
they made it work in the sense of like at first the bad guy was all like, well, I'm going to go back and I'm going to kill Hitler and then I'm going to become Hitler. And you're like, oh, fuck, dude, no one's ever thought about doing that before. Like, that's interesting. And then you find out that's not even like what even happens. And you're like, oh, okay. That's kind of cool. I really love Dial of Destiny, man. Fuck, I love that goddamn movie. I love all those goddamn movies. They're all great.
You know, I saw someone. This is going into another topic. I saw someone mention that the arms on a T-Rex.
Yeah.
They look like unfinished bones. And someone suggested maybe it's like a dragon or something, but Perp mentioned it's probably just a giant chicken, and they were probably just wings, like underdeveloped wings.
Yeah, that would make sense. That would make a
Yeah.
lot of sense.
Makes more sense than the arms that we all see on the T-Rex.
Well, I still think one of the funniest lines about that is in the 2005 Disney animated movie Meet the Robinsons.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah, it's a great one. But the whole bit with the
Yeah.
T-Rex, they send the T-Rex back. It's like, I have a big head and little arms. I love that goddamn movie.
That whole ending of that movie just takes a whole turn. Where
It
it's
does.
like-
It does. It gets dark. It gets real
Yeah.
dark. When the reveal of the villain, you're like, oh, wow. That fucker held a grudge. Holy
Yeah.
shit. But I enjoyed the message of the movie. You know what I mean? Like, I enjoyed the family dynamic, the kind of embracing the weird, like how they all just kind of are completely okay with each other,
Yeah.
and it was just like, they were like, everyone had their quirk and they were all fine with that. And I think that's a really good message. What was the slogan? It was like, "Don't stop."
I'm not
Something.
sure. It had that really good song with it too.
Yeah.
Um,
Garrick. Oh yeah,
I'm
there's a
sure
fifth
if
Indiana Jones film. Yeah, whatever.
I'm sure if it came out today, people would be like, "It's woke."
Yeah, maybe. No, it's got two white male leads. It's fine.
Oh,
It
it's
checks
fine.
it checks the box. Whatever the Bechdel test for fucking incels is. I don't know what that is these days. Can't have a minority anywhere.
I was
near it.
mentioning before, like Hollywood has always kind of been political. Like when you think about the Vietnam War, all the commentary of the old movies.
Well, the fact that
talking
the
about that.
rebels in Star Wars were the Viet Cong.
Yeah,
Attacking American imperialism, and yet all these chuds are just like Star Wars, like like you can't know, like dude, you do realize that the Empire was the American imperial in like military industrial, like all that shit, right?
They were literally modeled after the German.
Well, yeah, they had the badass Hugo Boss fucking outfits and shit. Look, here's the thing, like that, like the it was very much like stylized after the Germans, but it was about you could either equate it to the Brits or to the Americans, to be fair. But I mean, George Lucas is very much a pacifist, so he's openly said,
You
like,
could tell from his like THX or
Yeah,
American
like
Graffiti.
he's very much that type of guy. And so people that are like, no, Star Wars is really about, like, no, it's a great story.
No,
It's a
you
great
just
world.
remember the nostalgia and the as a kid, right?
Well, I mean, for me, I remember like, the Jawas, right? And I've made I want to make the meme. I need to make the meme. I just want to put like Jawas and minions next to each other and just be like, Jawas walked so minions could run. Because they're literally the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
Jawas are minions, right? The same
little,
concept. But you know what? I'll say it, man. My kids this morning were watching Rise of Gru. And I fucking love that goddamn movie. I do. I hate the first Despicable Me. I do. I truly hate it. I truly
what's funny is every
like that
time
movie,
the Minions, they do a new Minions movie, you kind of groan, but then you see the trailer, it's like, oh shit, I can't be mad about this.
No, because it's like, it's stupid slapstick, very, I don't want to say like vaudevillian, but it's very physical comedy, very Jerry Lewis, very French.
Yeah.
In some ways, right? And again, because Peter, Peter Melanandri, whatever. Like, I think he's French, right? Or something like that. Like, it's very much rooted. I think even like the Illumination is a French studio, and so it's very kind of rooted in that type of old comedy, very physical, slapstick type
Like
stuff.
mime.
Yeah. And so it's kind of like it is something that it's like, me growing up, like on Friday nights, my mom and I would watch, PBS, and they would have all the British shows, welcome, like, what is it?
Like Mr.
Waiting
Bean?
Mr. Bean. Well, yeah, Mr. Bean was on there, but we watched Blackadder mostly, which I think is Mr. Bean is great, but I love me some Blackadder. Monty Python, Are You Being Served, Waiting for God. I mean, like all of these other shows, Faulty Towers, all this stuff that they would air. So I grew up watching a lot of British comedies. And I've talked to people from England, and they're like, we'll joke around and they'll be like, you have a very British sensibility about you with your comedy. And I'm all like, or with your sense of humor. And I'm like, I think it's because I grew up watching that kind of stuff.
I used to watch that stuff with my grandfather too. I used to like that stuff.
I watched
British
Keeping Up with
comedy.
Appearances, yeah.
Like, do you ever watch IT Crowd?
Yes. Yeah. I really
Love
enjoyed
that
the idea. Dude, I was watching so like, we got a copy of The Wild Robot that we have been watching on repeat kind of at home. So I've seen the movie now like 3 times. And Matthew Berry as the Beaver is great. So Matthew Berry in anything is great, right? Especially like as Codsworth in Fallout was awesome.
Yeah.
But Matthew Berry just has that very distinct voice and his very distinct comedic stylings. And no, there's like, I mean, the IT Crowd is great. I loved it sucks that the guy who created the IT Crowd went fucking insane.
Oh, really?
Graham, like Linian, whatever his name was, Linehan, whatever. Yeah, dude, he went like, I think he went like full bore, like leftist on Twitter. It was pretty bad, but it was like annoying leftist is how bad it was.
Yeah.
H Bart's here asking real quick. Does anyone remember Dinosaurs from Disney?
I
remember
that movie.
it came and went. I'll tell you that.
Is that the CGI plus real footage movie?
I think so. Yeah, that one was
Yeah.
like they were really trying
I
to push
grew
some
up
stuff
with
there.
that one. I watched that as a kid.
Okay, Garrick here for 5. Thank you. Says, what do you dislike the most about Serial at Midnight? To me, he comes across as a movie virtue signaler. I don't like that he's smug. You know what I mean? Like, so this is a guy. He's a
Who
movie
eats cereal at midnight.
who eats cereal at midnight. No, who is he?
No, I made a joke. Who
No.
eats?
I do
Cereal
fucking
at-
cereal at any point in time in the daytime is fine with me. You know, I think that's what it boils down to when you're an adult and you realize, like, wait a minute, hold on. No one is telling me I can't have pizza for breakfast.
Yeah.
Like, and I feel bad as an adult because I frequently have pizza for breakfast.
Yeah. Until your doctor says, like,
Until
no,
my doctor-
you can't.
No, dude, we get like Uncrustables for the kids, and I forgot how much I love peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Yeah, my doctor has been like, you may want to not do that because your A1C is getting a bit higher. That wasn't the Uncrustables though. I like granola. I was eating granola like a fucking mug for a while because because I'm in the truck a lot at work, right? So like I'm in the van.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'd go to Safeway and I'd get like a bag of granola, and I'm like, that can't be so bad. I don't ever read the sugars on the back of it, and I just kind of munch on it all night long. But now that I've cut that out completely, and I go buy apples. So I'll go to Safeway and I'll buy like a bag of apples, and I'll get like sliced apples, and then I get almonds. So then I get like my salty and sweet right there. It's like $6, but it's like basically it's my dinner most nights,
I was
and so
shocked when I heard about almonds having like cyanide and stuff like that.
no,
Like, it
cyanide tastes like almonds. It's not that they are made of almonds. It's that they have a taste of almonds. That's what the cyanide bit comes from. But anyways, the cereal at midnight guy. Yeah, let me get back to the cereal at midnight guy.
Yeah.
This fucking guy is, so a few months ago he comes out with this fucking screed. I hate these fucking virtue signalers. And like he's like, I won't go see Deadpool and Wolverine at an opening weekend because I want to support other movies and you should do the same thing too. All right, fine, cool. Yeah. You don't want to go see Deadpool Wolverine opening weekend, you don't fucking have to. No one is holding a gun to your head. They're gonna make enough
Don't
fucking
tell
money.
others to
Yeah,
not.
but then he goes out there and he was like, he goes and he sees this little movie with the guy who played Jon Snow. It was like some werewolf movie, I think, or whatever, a folklore film, I think. And he's kind of virtue signaling. Oh, I went to go see this movie, And then he's out there the other day, like bitching and what did he say? I got to find this thing from Garrick here. Let me find this this message he sent me.
Probably upset that no one went to see it.
No, like
This.
he's just kind of a dick. Okay, here we go. This is the tweet. So it says, if you're listening to the opinions of people who hated Megaopolis, Joker Folle Ado, Blink Twice, Horizon Part 1, and The Beast Within is the movie that he went to go see. Right? That was a movie he went to go see that it was in a limited release, by the way. Like nobody else went to go see it. But love Deadpool and Wolverine. They're probably influencers and content creators, not people who love and champion the art of movies. But he says things like this, and also to help him weed out trolls. Like he says this shit because this is him trying to get attention, And so like, look, like people like him kind of piss me off because I'm like, for one, I've worked in and around movie theaters like half of my life. Like I'll be honest with you guys. So Sunday night, I like the show Bob's Burgers.
Yeah.
So this last episode, it hit me hard, like almost made me cry, hard. Like, and I mean this like not like, I mean this legitimately. The episode was about the family going to a local drive-in that was on its last show. It was its last night. And Bob starts to remember how much fun he had there when he was younger, and he wants to save the drive-in. My drive-in, the Santee drive-in, closed almost a year ago.
Yeah.
I haven't been there in 5 years. I didn't get the chance to go down and say goodbye. I worked there. For over 11 years, almost 12 years, somewhere in there. I was a manager there. I spent all my time there. It's my home away from home. So I'm watching this episode yesterday, we watched it Tuesday because anyway, I'm watching it yesterday, and it's like almost making me fucking cry because I've never felt like, for one, I've never seen anyone talk about drive-ins in the sense of being a great place of memories. And I'm just like, fucking, I miss my friends, that I used to see all the time. We'd always, I miss those people. I miss the customers. I miss fucking unlimited movie popcorn, I all that shit. I miss all that shit. There's, people that just were in the orbit of the theater that I just knew for years, that were closer than friends and family and shit, like my second family. And so it's like, I'm watching this shit and it's just making me fucking sad. Anyway, my point for bringing that up is that it's like, not everyone has the time to go and see movies in theaters. And not everyone has the time to be able to engage with everything. There is so much that I want to see, and there's so much that I want to talk about that it almost becomes daunting at times. Yeah. So you have to like pick and choose, it's like, I talked about Speak No Evil, and had I think 80 people click on the review, whatever. Cause it was already out on digital. It's still in theaters, but it's already out on digital.
Yeah.
People aren't going to rush to that shit. And I was listening to these guys on Monday night, I think it's called Raiders of the Lost podcast or whatever. And two guys, and they did a 2-hour video about World War Z. And it's kind of like how I would do Podio commentary, talk about the production history, the problems, things like that. And I thought it was a good video. Made me want to go watch that. And then I'm just like, but then I got real kind of fucking mad at myself. I'm like, why aren't I doing more of just talking about these movies? Just sitting there and doing what I like to do and talk about them. And it's just this frustrating fucking thing because there's so much to engage with and there's so much to interact with. And everybody wants something different. Everybody wants oh, talk about this movie, but then it's it's difficult to build an audience that way.
Yeah. And then sometimes you got to think there may be new subscribers that come in and you're almost trying to convince them to stick around too.
Yeah.
As well. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I get all that. So it's and it's then there's also the whole, for me, it's also the whole thing of presentation, right? People are why aren't you on camera? And I'm I've tried. I fucking hate it. Yeah. You know what I mean? I've tried. I keep trying.
I like so much better.
It is because I was listening. What is this today? I took the kids to school, and I like to listen to NPR because I'm a middle-aged white man who's middle class. So of course NPR is where I go.
Yeah.
And really NPR is really fucking good. Not just for it's just, if you listen to the way they tell stories, it is fundamentally amazing. We would all be better off if we listened to This American Life. Just because of the way they convey the stories. Anyway, there's a show on there called Fresh Air, and it's hosted by a woman named Terry Gross, and she's been doing this for a long time. And she was interviewing the actor Jeremy, I think Jeremy Strong is his name. He played Roy Cohn. He's playing Roy Cohn in the upcoming The Apprentice, and he was on Succession. Anyway, Terry, she's interviewed celebrities for decades now. She does it for NPR. And you know what she does? And this is what I find to be so fascinating is she's talked about her process. She doesn't bring the actor or the entertainer or whomever she's interviewing in the studio with her. She has a dark room that she sits in. She puts her headphones on and she just doesn't have any external stimulus. And she just sits there and she has a conversation with this person. And that's it. Right? Just a conversation, nothing else going on. Not like a morning zoo type roundtable type thing. An actual just it's that person in a booth, she's in a booth, they're patched in, they're talking. And that's it. And it can happen from
then you kind of forget that there's a celebrity too, right? As well.
Yeah.
Face.
real quick here. H Barts here says, thank you for the 5. When we watched Salem's Lot, my dad was reminiscing about his old drive-in. Yeah, man. Yeah. The drive-in is.
You don't realize how fast time goes by.
No, you don't. You don't. I'm 42 and a half. You know? And I feel like, and I mean, like, I'm just looking at my kids, you know, like my daughter turned 7 in 2 months. You know, and like, she's great. You know, she's definitely a child. I mean that in like the nicest way possible. She's in that, like, I'm going to argue with you over everything phase. Yeah. Like, I tell her no, she just goes like, I'm not going to listen to you. Like, she'll say that. And then she'll just go over to her mom, be like, well, can I do this? And I'm just looking at her like, girl, I will swirly you right now. I will pick you up by your ankles and I will dunk you in that toilet.
It's like 24 hours of Twitter.
Kind of. Like, even tonight, like, you know, she doesn't like sleeping in her bed. And so like we went in, we recently probably did the stupidest parent thing ever. We put a TV in the room for the purpose of like kind of chilling out, right? Like if they want to watch a movie on Disney Plus or something in the other room, like they're, you know, that's one thing. So like what I did is, you know, I'll go and like lay down with them and I'm like, well, you know, we can like put on something until you guys fall asleep. Like, you know, my youngest was like out cold within like 2 minutes. And then my eldest stayed up a little bit longer. And then like, you know, we watched like Bob's Burgers and then I put on King of the Hill and it's TV 14, by the way. I'm like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't. King of the Hill is still fucking great. The first episode is hysterical. But I was like, that might be a little much. She liked it though, but she doesn't get the humor. It's like when I was her age and I was watching Simpsons.
Yeah, I was just going to say Simpsons. We all kind of grew up Simpsons.
Yeah. So yeah, I thought that was like, you know, then I just put on Bluey and, you know, she watched a couple episodes of that. And then I was like, all right, you know, cause usually she'll fall asleep, you know, but she wasn't falling asleep. So I'm like, all right, I'm turning it off. And then she was out cold in like 30 seconds. So, you know, it's that. And then, yeah, I'm kind of all over the place here, but
I'm assuming Frozen was probably banned from the household.
No, I have to suffer through. But the reason why Frozen works is Frozen and like Finding Dory, Finding Nemo, Lightyear, like the back half kind of WALL-E. Those movies have a lot of blue. And the blue is calming. It really is. The blue is really calming. It's not that intense to look at. You can turn it on, turn the volume down, and you get the nice illumination, but you don't have a lot of the extra stimulus that comes from like all the brights and everything else.
Do you think that was intentional?
No, I think it was just a design choice, and I think it just works with my kids. Yeah. I don't know if it'd work with other kids that way, but it's kind of like, you know, it's like if you want like I like to sit, you know, I've got my blue lights that I'll have on with nothing else on. I'd like the ambiance of the blue lights. Like I would, you know, when I was living in San Diego, I had green Halloween lights strung around my room. So I would just plug those in, and that would be usually my nightlight would be these, you know, these green Halloween lights that just gave a nice kind of glow, like a nice ambiance. Like it's not too bright. I can see what I need to see. And it's not like sitting with the light on it, because I still prefer sitting in the dark even when it's in the middle of the day. So for me, it kind of ends up being, you know, that's more what I'm drawn to. And when it comes to like the content creation, that's kind of in the same thing. Like, you know, I sent you the deep lore stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I recorded 6 more of those last night and got those edited. And then today I spent a fuckload of time trying to get Suno to give me some decent background music, which may hit or miss. But I'll send you, I'll send you an unlisted couple of them, because they're all individual. Okay. But anyway, let's see here. Hold on. Am I ready for the retirement home? God, wouldn't that be nice to retire at 42? So
it's don't have to, if you're in the military.
Yeah, well, yeah. It'd be like, you know, work at I don't have to drive for 12 hours a night. That'd be great. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love my job, but at the same time, it's like, wait a minute, hold on. Could I retire, make money, and then just talk about movies all night long? It'd be great.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be nice?
It would be. Would be great. All right. Garrick for 5, thank you, says, what do you think of Zachary Levi endorsing Trump? Did he commit career suicide? Do you think we'll see him in Daily Wire movies now? Well, I actually mentioned that earlier a little bit, Garrick. There was a Hollywood Reporter article today that talked about that. And, because Zachary Levi thought that Shazam was going to be his dream. That was his chance to, work with The Rock. And
Certainly wasn't Purple Crayon.
Yeah. I don't hate Zachary Levi. I don't dislike the guy. I really don't.
Didn't he voice a Disney cartoon?
Yeah, he did Finn. He did Flynn Rider in Tangled, and then also the Tangled series. And Tangled is a wonderful, wonderful movie. And the Tangled series is a good series too. Funny thing about the Tangled series. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen Tangled?
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
Did you see the series though?
No.
Funny. Okay. I want you to watch. Okay, if you ever get the opportunity, in the show, they're not married yet. Okay, Rapunzel gets her hair back, whole thing, but she's got a best friend who's kind of like her personal bodyguard, and they keep sending the girl, I forget her name right now, and Flynn out on things to do, and they've got chemistry. I'm like, they should hook up. It's not that Rapunzel and Flynn shouldn't hook up, but it's like those two are definitely gonna fuck if something doesn't happen. I'm watching this and I'm all like, no, they've got the chemistry. Legitimately, they've got the chemistry. I was just laughing my ass off. But I don't think Zachary Levi is not a bad actor, but he's also in that middle-aged part of his life where he was 20 years ago with Chuck, he was a nerd, on the show Chuck, he was a nerd. And then he tried tapping in. He did Nerd HQ, which did a lot of stuff kind of parallel to Comic-Con, brought a lot of his friends over, did stuff for charity, and that was great. And then he gets Shazam, and Shazam is going to be this big hit. That's his career movie. And then the movie comes out, and Shazam, I love both Shazams.
Oh yeah.
Right? I do. I got them both on 4K. I think
even the sequel, I'm not too much of a fan of.
I really like it. I love the Greek mythology shit they put in there. Right? Having the Cyclopses run around the city at the end was pretty cool. The biggest problem though with Shazam 2 was it was too much Zachary Levi and not enough of the other kid.
Yeah.
That was the biggest problem. Was it was how do you now balance because in the first movie it was basically Big. That's what they were pulling from, and it worked. That aesthetic worked. This time around it's everyone is now that they're the Shazam family. And that was probably the biggest problem that the first movie made for itself. Was it introduced the Shazam family, because it's very difficult to have a character have an origin movie, and then the next movie now you've expanded it by 6 other people, and then of course they were supposed to have the open chair there with Black Adam.
I was just gonna say Adam missed the opportunity.
Well, that was The Rock, because The Rock felt that Zachary Levi was beneath him, and that he didn't want to sully himself to that. Now, would they have eventually, if Black Adam would have done so well, let's say Black Adam would have crossed 500 million, it probably would have been seen in a different light, but it kind of, tapping out at just around 400 was about on par for Dwayne. And, and so, and again, he was kind of in this bad place at the time. His whole ego got the best of him. And, and so I feel just everything kind of happened. So I don't think Zach's a bad guy. Zachary Levi's a bad guy. I think he just, I think he kind of fucked himself. And I think if you want my honest take for how to unfuck himself, it would be go to James Gunn and be like, can we find a way to put Shazam in Peacemaker season 2? Because one of the best parts of Shazam 2 was the post-credit scene with Harcourt and Economist with Shazam.
Yeah.
That was fucking funny. And I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. If they brought him in over there, I mean, you put him in the fucking suit, whatever. He's, maybe you mute his powers a little bit. He's there more for comedic relief and everything else. But you could find a way to make it work, and that would keep him working. But him coming out during a very tumultuous time and saying, I support RFK, dumb fucking move. And then to go now I'm supporting Donald Trump. and then hosting an event, moderating an event with RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard after he fled Hollywood to go live on a little cattle ranch in Texas somewhere. You know, and you're like, bro, man, like, fucking start a podcast, dude. Like, flat out. You know what I mean? Like start a podcast, get like Adam Baldwin and like Yvonne Strahovski and do a fucking Chuck rewatch party or some shit. Get Subway to sponsor it. You know, because they saved the show the first time. That's how you do it.
Yeah. I still think the one character they should bring back from the old universe is Darkseid, and just say Darkseid wiped out that previous universe.
I think it'd be interesting if they decided, if they could find a way to get rid, like if they could, I'm sorry, get rid, if they could find a way to kind of merge it all together. And like I said this earlier, and I don't know if you heard me, but I stand by this. Everything should have been one continuity. Joker, the Batman, everything. You just said all that shit far before it.
I still think the Batman should be part of the universe, but
Well,
I guess
here's where I'm at
still
with that.
convinced that it could be.
Well, it could be. Where I'm at with it, though, has more to do with the fact that the Penguin is being very well received. And it is, I don't know if you've watched Penguin yet. It's fucking awesome.
I don't have access. I'm Canadian, so we have Crave, but I don't even think it's on there yet.
Oh, well, okay. Here, check the there. Check that. I need a chance DM on the private chat. So, am I doing Collins? Show fucking Kyler, buddy. What's up with your Kiwi Farms account, man? What's up with your Kiwi Farms account? What you doing there? Yeah, this whole thing. I'm not gonna. Yeah, H Bars. Did I miss an H Bar super chat real quick? Hold on, I want to make sure. I
Didn't they announce a bunch of like spin-offs too? I was like, maybe James Gunn finally convinced Matt Reeves to play ball.
I think. I mean, well, they were going to do the Gotham PD show, and then and Terrence Winter, the guy from Boardwalk Empire, was gonna show run it.
Yeah, and that would have been Arkham show.
Well,
part of the DCU.
Yeah, yeah, but then remember, like the GCPD show then turned into the Arkham show.
Yeah,
and then that's not part of the DCU, and it's like, okay, you know, and then you've got like the Caped Crusader show that, like, you know, JJ and Matt Reeves produced, and then that went to Amazon. That kind of came and went, unfortunately.
Yeah. I do think Matt Reeves has proven himself that like anything he does is relatively good, if not, almost masterpiece level.
Well, I mean, as I have said multiple times, one of my all-time favorite movies is Cloverfield. You know, and yeah, Let Me In was great. The Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. I haven't seen War yet, so I can't speak to that, but I'm going to say Dawn was so good.
War's on the same level.
Okay, because
better.
War was fun. Yeah, Dawn was amazing. You know, just know Matt Reeves, the Batman, I thought was great. There's a lot of great stuff that that Matt Reeves has, you know, been involved in. And
there were a lot of people that didn't like the Batman, though.
Those people need to shut the fuck up. Like, it's not that I think that like they don't have, I guess, an idea for whatever, but it's like what they wanted though was like, you know,
cookie cutter,
Marvel
formula.
Maybe, but it worked well as a noir movie. It worked well.
Yeah.
As for what they were trying to do with it. It's like, you know, it was a well acted, well directed movie that had a great story, and then they've got this now in the wake of that movie coming out. We've got this excellent Penguin show that deals with the fallout of all that. I mean, dude, episode 3's opening, like cold open, was fucking hardcore, you know, because it gives you like a firsthand view of everything. And it's just like, that's kind of, you know, the amazing part about it is like they can tell us a story in this world we've already spent time in, and there's no mention of the Batman thus far. And I don't know if there will be.
Is there a legal issue there with
no. It's just about like, you know, they've talked about the Penguin, they've talked about the, you know, Falcone and everything else, or they talk about the Riddler, I should say, but they haven't shown anything of it yet because it really is about, Oswald Cobb, which is the stupidest name they give him.
They're setting up for Mr. Freeze, I think, with the flooded city.
They're setting up for that. They're also something else that they've shown. I don't want to say what it is. I think was somewhat tied to Freeze, but I can't say for certain from the last episode. But like again, like the Colin Farrell's performance is so fucking good. And I mean that. Like I mean that literally.
You forget that it's Colin Farrell.
You forget. No, and the thing is like he's likable. But you realize he'll do and he'll say whatever, like to get what he wants. And and there's like this other guy, this new character in the show, guy Vic, and he's really great too. A lot of good stuff there. But hold on. Okay, H. Barth, I found this one here. I do agree, Lord of the Rings not for casual fans. After episode 1 of season 1 prologue, I had to give my parents a 30-minute lecture. No, I already covered that one. Did I miss that one?
I did enjoy Gotham, but Gotham did need to end, I think.
Gotham was the problem with Gotham is that it was it suffered from the formula that most TV shows have.
Yeah.
Right, like it's like 21 episodes or some shit.
There's
like
some
that.
good actors in there, like
Jada Pinkett Smith was really interesting. In the
Riddler, Penguin.
Oh yeah, I mean no, and they were like, and they were good. Then they were all like, they were all like Victor Zsasz, right? Like they had, he was good. I forget the name of the actor guy who plays Noho
Batista from Dexter.
Oh yeah, he was in it. I mean, they had a lot going for Gotham. Again, the biggest problem was that it was on like Fox.
Yeah.
And like I know they ended the show with like the kid becoming Batman and whatever, but again, it's kind of like all of those things have to eventually tie into that stuff.
Yeah.
So, anyway, yeah, I don't know, man. There's a lot going on. I'm just hoping that they that they're able to right the ship with DC. Like even Marvel is going through growing pains right now.
Yeah.
And like DC doesn't really have a leg to stand on.
At least with Marvel, it needs to focus on the X-Men and mutants.
That will definitely,
and Fantastic Four.
I'm less about that one, to be honest with you. I feel like Fantastic Four is gonna.
I don't think it's an easy concept to do. I don't get why they can't figure it out.
I don't think because it's there are some things that just are not really transferable.
I don't know, because the Incredibles did so well. Like the concept is right there. They just don't know. Like looking back, even the 2005 and 2000 or the Silver Surfer one, in retrospect, they're okay. It's just didn't have what, it was still missing something.
Yeah.
I mean, they were almost there.
And sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens where, it's like some things just get kind of lost in translation. Some things just, they don't really work. They think, like again, you write something, you think it's going to work, and your brain is going to work. And then when you try to do it, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
It just some things just don't fly. And that's kind of the biggest problem with movies. That's why this whole fan group thing that they want to do, I don't think it's going to work out the way that they want, because what are you going to be able to do with that? That's always the issue. Yeah. So, it's like, they're going to go like, well, what if you do it like this? Is going to be great. But it's like, okay, but is that practical? And so these companies, if they do this, if Disney does this, if Lucasfilm does it, I would hope that they would talk to people like Star Wars Explained and not Star Wars Theory. But but if they talk to Star Wars Explained or any of those other guys, Star Wars Theory is gonna fucking bitch and moan about that. Well, I'm the biggest YouTuber for Star Wars. Fucking, they should fucking be talking to me. And it's like, well, dude, you fucking roll with people who like literally have called for like the head of Kathleen Kennedy on a pike.
Yeah.
So,
to explain would probably be like Acolyte season 2, but
well, I mean, yeah, that would be
when the
but-
clear obvious, like them mentioning season 2 of Kenobi, that's a great idea. Go with that. You know what I mean? Clone Wars is
and
everyone
doing it
loves
about the Clone Wars, yeah, and that's a Filoni thing. That's a Filoni thing, and Filoni's always going to kind of dabble in. That's yeah, and that's where he's going to do his bit, and that's fucking fine. I don't have an issue with that, like, at all. I just find it to be kind of funny that what we're looking at here is a whole bunch of people that want something to fail, and then are upset if it doesn't fail, but then they're happy if it does. What happens if it all goes away? Like, if they win and everything goes away, then they have nothing to talk about.
Well, it seems like they wanted to go bankrupt.
Well, yeah, they do, but that's what they say. But deep down, it's a symbiotic relationship. So they don't actually want it to do that, because if it did that, then they would be out of.
Well, they would have
content.
politics to talk about, I guess.
But politics, okay, it's like pop culture and pop culture is downstream. Sorry, politics is downstream from pop culture or from culture. Okay, that's an Andrew Breitbart saying, and that's some of the things that Steve Bannon did with Gamergate a long time ago. It's a whole other fucking thing. Anyway, so yeah, the culture war is what the right wing is all about. I saw Garrick ask earlier, like, what are my thoughts on Anna Kasparian? I think Anna's entirely correct. My biggest complaint with the left are a lot of its leaders are just fucking shitheels. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, the problem is, like, it's a horseshoe theory, extremists on both sides. The people who are kind of like the gatekeepers of the online left, whether it's YouTube or it's fucking Twitter or whatever, they have gotten their heads so far up their own ass that they do push normal people away. Because normal people, regular, average, everyday working people, if you were to go to them and be like, so what's your pronoun? You know what they say? The fuck is a pronoun? Right? And then you explain it like, but that's the stupidest thing ever. Like, who cares? Like, fine. No, tell me your pronoun. I'm going to try, but it's like, I don't get it. I don't care. Right? It's not, and again, it's not that they want to be mean about it or they want to be rude about it, because they don't.
No.
But they don't
Most
care.
People will try.
They'll try. And the same thing goes with, like, at this point now, like trans rights. It's the same thing with that. Where it's like, again, a lot of people are like, okay, cool. Yeah. Live your best life. Love who you love. Be who you are. And then it's like, but then once it starts getting in people's faces and making them uncomfortable, you're like, well, like, and then you start seeing like the worst of the worst on social media.
No.
And the worst of the worst on
people that change it back and forth.
Yeah. It's like, it ends up being this thing where people are only going to see the worst of that. And it's kind of like just recently here in Olympia, they were going to do a drag queen story hour, right? And they had to shut it down because they were getting death threats. Yeah. And Olympia is like, it's like a liberal bastion here in Washington. Evergreen State College is here, all that shit.
Misinformation has definitely been a problem.
Sure. No, it really is. Now, it's kind of like, I'm pretty progressive. I'm pretty liberal. I have no problem with, dude, drag queens are a lot of fun. Like, have you ever been to drag queen bingo? It's fucking great. Like, drag queens can put on a show. And even I, as a pretty liberal person, at times I'll see like the drag queen power hour. And I'm like, I probably wouldn't take my kids to that. And that's not me judging other people. It's just like, there's a level of uncomfortability that I don't quite know why I feel about that. Because I know it's not sexual, right? I know it's not sexual. And I've had conversations with my child about trans people because she saw a trans woman at the store a while back. And she looks at me, she's like, Daddy, is that a boy or a girl? And that's a hard question. When you get that question, it's like, no, but I answered it and I just said, they are who they want to be. And I believe that. I do. I believe that. Yeah. But it's like, I look at it from the sense of like, that's your culture. That's not my culture necessarily. I don't really feel like I have to be like you do you. I will defend your right to do it, but I just won't participate. And it's like, and that's a hard thing too. I talk to people from all over the country, and these subjects come up in conversation. And a lot of people are just kind of like, they're uncertain about it, but they're, you know what they are? They're deathly afraid of having the wrong opinion, right? That's what they're afraid of, is having the wrong opinion. And because they're afraid of having the wrong opinion, they're afraid to ask questions, and they're afraid to get to know any people who might be trans, because they're afraid of what happens if they say the wrong thing. Right.
Yeah.
Like, I know someone who's on, you know, on a board of directors of a nonprofit, and they have a bunch of people who identify as they, them, in, you know, in orbit at the company. And like, one person who is, has donated food from their restaurant, a lot of food for a gala. By the way, it was like fucking super good food because I had it. And like, you know, all that shit. And this person is very straightforward with their opinion, and said something, and like, it made a lot of the people, you know, who would kind of be easily offended, well, they lived up to that. They got very offended at what this person said. And like, to the point of where they wanted to kind of like maybe not seek them out as another sponsor for the next year's event. Yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, not everyone's going to think the same way, but it's like getting super butthurt about that. And then like, you know, what is it? Like, cutting off your nose to spite your face, or whatever the saying is. Yeah. There's a lot of that. And it's just because this idea there that people don't, there's people out there who don't like conflict. Me, I love conflict. I like debate. If I can debate someone, it's a lot of fun. But a lot of people out there, they don't want that. They don't want that kind of shit. They just want to, like, you know, like, you messaged me today about this Max thing, and I was like, when I said send me the link, I meant like, give me the StreamYard. Yeah. You know, because I'll go and debate. I don't know what the fuck the problem is. I'll go debate. But then I'm like, and then I listened for a few, and I'm like, all right, like, you know, like, it's not really worth it. But
I thought the whole topic with the Green Lantern thing and the green, the arrow thing was kind of weird, but it is what it
I
is,
don't. Were they upset? Is there a Native American Green Arrow? Is that what's going on?
Well, that was one of the topics, and then the other one was the controversy that's going on Twitter right now.
Oh, I mentioned that earlier. I thought that was kind of funny that that Saggy is basically being told you're not black enough to have a comment on this, right? Like, that was happening to Saggy today. Those guys were like fucking, you know, we're going crazy. She's like, I'm a black woman, and they're like, you know, and
would that be an example of like the left going too far, or
that's a cultural thing. Yeah. Okay. So the concept, the argument today about Aaron Pierre is that he's not dark skinned enough to be Jon Stewart. That's the argument. Okay. Yeah. Like, that's the argument that they were making, and it's completely stupid, right? It's completely stupid. Yeah. Because
it comes off as racist. Yeah.
It comes off as very racist. Okay. But so I'll show you guys this one here. This is one that was kind of making its way around today. Okay, so this guy here, Cambit, who yeah, it's fine. I'm not saying it. Okay, but he says here, me, Jon Stewart, should be dark skinned, white people. Okay, you can read what it says. Okay. Now, Saggy says, black is black, LOL, light skin or not, an African man getting a role playing an African character, doesn't matter how dark, that's wild. Okay. And then, you know, then he responds back with that, right? So my whole reason for bringing this up here is because in this particular instance, this gentleman is being very racist, right? In this instance, the white people aren't the racist in this part of it. And it's just, but it's a ridiculous thing. It's like, Aaron Pierre, you know, from what I've seen from the Rebel Ridge trailer, it's pretty good. He kind of came in out of nowhere, according to the director, knocked out the audition, did a great job in the movie, got a lot of buzz coming off the movie, and then got cast as this character that people have been wanting to see been portrayed, you know, and then they're attacking him because he's not dark skinned enough, you know, and even that seems weird for me to say, by the way. I don't even like saying
something that the right would say.
It does seem like that, right? But in this case, it's not. But it's not. This isn't a leftist culture thing. This is like black culture thing, right? There's always been an ongoing battle between, you know, lighter skinned and darker skinned people. Saggy is lighter skinned, and she's got people telling her she ain't black enough. And like that, I'm like, that's fucked up. That's so fucked up to say to somebody, right? But they don't. But in this case, like people are saying it to her. She's pretty pressed over it. She's pretty pissed. And I don't blame her. She has every right to be upset about it.
Was there ever a time in history that we actually had peace and we weren't like bickering like this?
It'd be like, well, immediately following the civil rights movement, things.
90s.
No. The 90s had the first bout of political correctness.
Oh yeah, with the TMNT and Batman and whatnot.
What?
Well, no. So remember the ninja stuff in TMNT that they took out all the swords and whatnot.
Oh, that was
sequels?
more for the violence, not the They didn't want the kids to like get swords and hurt each other.
Yeah, and then
that's all that was.
Batman with the penguin with the ooze coming out of the mouth.
Oh yeah,
McDonald's
yeah.
being upset.
Oh yeah, I mean that was definitely corporate. Well, I mean they were they're selling Happy Meals with Batman toys in them, and here's fucking like Danny DeVito is the most grotesque penguin ever, like literal representation of a penguin, which is really funny. Yes, it's there were times like that. What I mean is like there was we kind of go through this, right? Everything happens. Everything is cyclical, right? So, you had like the hardcore, like early 90s, the political correct stuff. I mean, remember Bill Maher, what one of his first shows was Politically Incorrect on ABC Friday nights or whatever the fuck it was. Like he had a show before he did Real Time with Bill Maher on HBO. He had a show called Politically Incorrect, and it aired nightly. I think on ABC, and it was a show for late night, and you could kind of like cover the topics of the day, but call out like the left being, the left really.
And then you had the video game scare too after, was it Columbine or no?
Yeah, Columbine was a big one there. Hold on here. Fourth here says, LOL, black people are very racist to lighter skinned black people. I'm black, by the way. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. Rainbow here asks, why are people so mad these days?
Social media.
Yeah, not enough people get laid. That's my key takeaway. Like, I mean that if more people got laid, I think we'd be in a lot better place. But yeah, people
I
are just.
think the world got worse after social media became a thing.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's that. I also feel for the last like 9 years we've had to deal with Trump.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to make it a whole Trump thing. You guys all know how I feel about that shit. My whole point about Trump is that what it boils down to is Donald Trump kind of allowed people. He just kept lying and getting worse and worse and worse. And that kind of allowed people to go, oh yeah, I can lie. I can go worse and worse and worse.
Like Tom Hanks is this and that and the other thing.
But then Vince here makes a good point. Those people always existed. It just gave those people a more, gave them basically a megaphone, which is true.
Yeah.
Rational here says, so what Matt is saying is legalize brothels and blowjob cafes like in Japan. Yes. I think I've been pretty open about that. Yeah. Legalize it, regulate it, tax the fuck out of it. There you go. New revenue source. We can call it the T tax because they shoot the T. Or call it the C tax, whatever, the cum tax. But I just feel like it's, people just
and
want
then
to
you throw AI into the mix.
Oh God, don't even start on that shit. Goddamn. Fucking people are just like, it's gonna be the end of society. Is it though? Is it really? Like paradigm shifts happen, technology happens.
Definitely needs to be regulated.
Yeah.
Because
I agree.
You got the political.
Yeah,
people.
I agree. I've very much been open about that. I love it. I get attacked for being like pro AI, but I'm also like regulate that shit.
Yeah, because otherwise you get stuff like Trump posting the Taylor Swift meme and saying that she endorses him, but
well, because that's not true. Yeah, she could theoretically sue him for that, but at the same time, I also feel like a lot of people would, like any judge would be like, no reasonable person would believe that.
Yeah.
If you want my honest take, I really feel like that would be the case. No reasonable person
Might be
would.
one or two. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe one or two, but like for the most part, like no one would be like, oh yeah, Taylor Swift totally did that. Although, see, I did make this one the other day.
Some of them are fun, but
This was done, and this is done with Grok. This is done with with
yeah, I
Elon's.
have noticed Grok is fairly. Okay.
It's fairly loose with some stuff, right? Like I can have Trump and Putin kissing, but I'm like, make me an image of a hot woman in a bikini, and it's all like, whoa there, buddy. Don't you know there's so much other porn that's on Twitter?
Yeah.
So much porn.
You
Fuck.
type in a copyrighted thing, and it's like, oh, I can't do that.
Yeah. Right. But so much pornography. Holy shit.
And what's the deal with like AI not being able to figure out Doctor Doom and like Wolverine?
Well, so I mean, like they've got like there's a lot of problems with all that kind of stuff. Like I encountered this with the true crime stuff. If something is too violent, OpenAI, like ChatGPT, will be like, that violates our policies.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? Right? Like, no, it doesn't. Like this, shut the fuck up. Like it's whatever. But like, you know, but if I go to Claude's like whatever, you can cover literally whatever.
Yeah.
But they do that because they're overly cautious with a lot of that kind of stuff, those guardrails. And I don't think they need to be, but I can understand like the why. You know, like the why in some ways, because they're just like, they're afraid that somebody might do something with it. Like
they're another Taylor Swift situation.
Yeah, I mean, like when Bing, when you had DALL-E 3 first come on the scene.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people, you know, I was grabbing a lot of thumbnails off of 4chan. You know, yeah. They had some like the, you know, they would figure it out like in the adult board. You know, one of the funniest ones I found was like Taylor Swift's, you know, sitting there with like her feet right in the camera, you know, and I'm like, that's pretty funny. Cause like it's, you know, cause like this shit is what it's able to fucking make. Let me see.
The Blair Witch ones are kind of funny with the, like, almost like the Blair Witch on camera filter.
I haven't seen
him in the fog in the woods. Like,
oh yeah,
Danny DeVito.
They did the one with like SpongeBob.
Yeah.
That looked really cool. That was actually pretty cool.
They should make some good horror games with some of this AI stuff.
Well, I think they're going to, you know, like, here, I'll give you an example. Like, speaking of Tay-Tay. So I just jumped over to, this is 4chan, and they have the adult board. And this is like their pinned image here. Like, you can tell this is clearly AI, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, okay, like, you know, that looks pretty decent. You know, a lot of these are just kind of like trying to think. I don't want to like go too far because I don't know what's going to be here. You know, you never know what you're going to find to foot you in the middle of the fucking night. But this stuff is getting better and better and better and better. And, you know, eventually it's gonna, you know, start doing quite a bit. But see, here also is, let's say, and these are kind of rare. These might be old, but like here's Ariana Grande in a very similar pose.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, people are looking for this kind of stuff.
Even was able to generate two people because there's a person behind them.
Yeah. Well, look at this one here.
Oh.
This one looks normal. It looks like it's, you know, there's definitely a filter.
Like an actual photograph.
Yeah. I mean, like at first glance, you might think this is just something shot through a filter on your, you know, on your phone, right? Like, you know.
Person in the back, though, that they kind of got confused there.
A little bit, yeah, because you see like there's like an arm and something. But again, it's kind of like, are you looking at that at first glance?
Yeah. And you could easily blur that in post, too.
Yeah. You can do a lot of that kind of stuff. And so, you know, I mean, and then where's this one open image? So then you get something like, you know, like this, where it definitely doesn't look real, but it also kind of looks, the fact that the girl on the right is looking into the camera,
Yeah.
like that's a little.
And some of this AI video stuff, I think that works best. Like, say you have an idea for, like, I don't know, a video or a movie or something, short movie, and you can't visualize it in your head. You put in the prompt, and then you give that concept art to, like, say, what's that site that people go to pay people to make stuff? Fiverr or something like that. Yeah. Just give them that, and then maybe they'll CGI something cool. You know what I mean? Based off of your prompt.
But then again, like, you're going to be able to do that. Like, the thing is though, if I were going to do something like that, I would invest the money, because a lot of the money, you're going to have to start paying out, like, about $1,000 a year for unlimited generations.
Yeah.
Trying to see if there's like another one. See,
that Luma is good if it wasn't like slow. You know what I mean? It takes forever to generate.
I'll tell you this. I think what's going to end up, what's going to be the most interesting thing is when we start seeing the AI start taking out cosplayers.
Oh,
because like not that like this, the hands aren't perfect, but you're not really looking at the hands, to be fair. The Huega face and then the, the bosom, right? But my point for showing that is that what you have here is, let's see, which AI gives you unlimited tries? Are they all subscription based? Yeah, pretty much. I actually just unsubbed from Midjourney. I wasn't using it as much, and I was like, there's really no point in paying for it. I'm just not using it as much.
It gives some good stuff.
It did, but the biggest problem with fucking Midjourney is it just got to be like, I don't even know if they know what they're doing with it anymore.
Yeah.
So I just kind of like, all right.
Well, that's my biggest fear is like these third-party apps that, how when AI first appeared, there was a bunch of like third-party apps companies, not knowing what AI was, and they just threw out make this image of AI. I'm more worried about those because they would have been abandoned, right?
Yeah.
By the companies, and who knows, abandoned AI could go rogue.
A lot of them. Well, no, that's not going to happen, because these are like the AI it's still very much like, it's still prompt based. It doesn't have AGI.
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't have artificial general intelligence. But like, look at this one here. So this is a video. This is from Minimax. This is like the Sora competitor now, right? This is free. This is going to go paid. But like, just look at that. I mean, it's got some problems, but at first glance, are you thinking, what? No, H-Worth, I got to your super chats, buddy. Thank you though. I didn't get to the fucking the $10 one. Holy shit. Hold on. Sorry. That's big news there. Okay. So since you're Jarbo Damas, I just thought I'd let you know that I'm single again. LOL. It was my choice, but I was thinking of going local this time. Got any advice? Thank you, Lord Jarbo Damas. I mean, who gave you those Michigan tickets, my friend? Okay. You know what I mean? Who gave you those Michigan ticks? Okay. Also, I had wondered if you had gone. You've been quite quiet about your lady friend for a while. You hadn't said anything to me. I didn't want to ask. I wasn't trying to pry.
What's the origins of Jarbo Damas?
It's the whole joking thing that I can predict shit. So the whole thing in this case was H-Barts, this is a few months ago, saw Fallout, the TV show, and he was like enamored with Ella Purnell, right? And he was just like, he was all like, messaging me on Twitter, and he's like, basically like, oh my God, You know, he didn't want to admit that he was attracted to her, but he's like, he was attracted to her. And I was like, oh, you're attracted to her. And he's like, yeah, I think I am. Right. and then you know, and I'm like, okay. Sorry, because then he goes, it's just going to sound so bad, but you guys got to understand. This is like, I imagine he said this like when he typed this out, what he said to me, it was so pure of heart. I don't look at this as a bad thing. I think he said this like he was genuinely excited to share this piece of information with me. But he typed it out. He goes like, I told my parents about her.
Oh.
and I'm like, okay. You know, cool. You know, I'm glad that you finally, you know, brought home your celebrity crush for your parents to understand, you know, so they know what to get you for Christmas, right? They know what to get you. You know, like, oh, we get that like signed bikini photo of Ella Purnell, you know, for my boy, you know, make him a man. You know, so funny that all of his posters are stuck on the wall, but there's no tape anywhere. Anyway, so anyway, so like he starts kind of creating this like Stan account on Twitter, and he starts meeting a lot of Ella Purnell fans and whatever. And like, look, through the process of doing this, like he met a girl. Sadly she wasn't local, but he also met like Ella Purnell's boyfriend, and then he went to Chicago in August and he met Ella Purnell, you know, and all of this happened in the span of a couple months. So like H Bars is just out there going like, you know, he was just fucking talking it up. He's doing his thing. And then, you know, and then Lord of the Rings starts and he's all like, now I'm a Lord of the Rings stan account. Now I think that fits him better, to be honest with you. It's not that like Ella Purnell ain't great, because she is. It really is about like, it's just, I think he has there's more love of the lore of you know, Lord of the Rings. So I think that's more of a thing. But just so funny when he's all like, I told my parents about her. I just thought that was great. Anyway, but I you know, I'm hopeful that that you're having there you go. He says here also, thank you for the advice. This is Matt wanted me to admit to being a simp for Morfred. Listen, man, I called you being a simp for Ella. All right. I'm just saying. Okay. I got that simp dar. You don't, okay. You're familiar with who the actress Alicia Silverstone is, right?
Batgirl, right?
Yeah. Yeah. She was also like, her first real big movie was Clueless back in 95. And she also was in like a couple Aerosmith videos, and she was in a movie called The Crush. The Crush is a really good movie, by the way. But anyway, when I saw Clueless, I basically was like H Bars with Ella Purnell. I was all like, you know, like I was just enamored with Alicia Silverstone. I would go to the library and I would like, you know, back in the day before we had the internet, and they had like the teen magazines. You know, they would like have like they'd have like the microfilm, whatever they were called, like the scans of the different like magazines. And you could go to the library and you could like find the magazine and you could like read through it, you know, on this like analog machine. And I would go through and I'd find like the Teen Beats, Tiger Beat, whatever the fuck those things were called. And I would find those whatever I could, whatever article I could, whatever interview I could, whatever image I could of Alicia Silverstone throughout that summer. Like I would literally like take the bus to the library in hopes of trying to find some new information about her. Like I'd go to the store and I'd look to see like what teen mags were there. I would never buy them. But I'd always try to find which ones had like the interviews. And then I would, you know, try to pull that out. I mean, yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah. So, I mean, so H Bars, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit there. Alicia Silverstone stan account. Yeah, no, she's a filthy vegan at this point. I'm good. No, I'm kidding. I still,
how would you make a stan account back in the 90s?
You know, I don't know how you would, maybe you just have like a stan like blog account or some shit.
Yeah.
You know, you'd have to have something, right? There was like LiveJournal, right?
Yeah. It's just like cut out images of the person glued onto a scrapbook.
Yeah. No, Oh my God. Hold on. Let me show you guys this video clip here. Are you familiar with the actress Christina Hendricks?
I've heard that name before. What's she in?
Does she look familiar?
Wait, let me see.
She was in Mad Men.
It kind of looks like Ron Howard's.
Bryce Dallas Howard, but no, but
Yeah.
like this is
The face.
again, like
That's cursed.
it's just, but it gets the jiggle physics kind of well. To be fair, I'm trying to be careful here. Okay, let's see. H Bars here says, since I met Ella, my goal is to meet someone from Rings of Power, hopefully Morfred or Charlie Vickers. Well, my friend, they went to San Diego Comic-Con. So maybe they'll go there again. Who knows? They travel, during all that time. They travel during.
It'd be interesting to meet Ian McKellen.
Yeah. I mean, Ian, Patrick Stewart has been there a few times. So, here's one. Here's one. This will definitely get some regulation. You want some regulation? Here's Scarlett Johansson.
She'll sue.
She'll be like, "Is this OpenAI? Are they stealing my voice?" Which they never did, but whatever. We can't have facts, feelings. Anyway, yeah,
It's do the Meta AI is like talk about getting other celebrity voices, but they're in permission or something.
Well, I did I tell you guys I bought a pair of the Meta Ray-Bans?
No.
Oh yeah, I did. I went to
Meta AI is quite smart. Sometimes.
Well, the thing is, I bought it as an investment because I needed to get today I went out to the optometrist and I got a new prescription. Do you know how much, motherfucker? So to get prescription lenses for the Ray-Bans, you know how much that's going to cost?
How much?
If I was going to go through Lens Crafters, and get you would get a 20% discount for getting the official Ray-Ban progressive lenses. It would cost me about $420 for just progressive transitional lenses, because I want to wear these indoor and outdoor.
Yeah.
And so I found another place, another third party retailer online, and they had a bunch of videos that they had of their lenses that they had made for the Ray-Ban Metas. And I ended up I bought a pair today, and it was like $209, right? But then I found a coupon for I think it was for 30% off. And I just put the coupon in and it worked, and it ended up being with shipping, it got down to $177. And I'm like, that's not bad.
Kind of pricey up here too in Canada.
Well, I mean, but it's $177 for the transitional progressive lenses. And it's all I have to do is pop them in myself. Well, I'm going to take them to an optometrist and have them pop them in, just be on the safe side and shit. But at the same time, it's that's not bad, because it's I wanted to get new glasses anyway. And one of the cool things about the Meta stuff is for when I'm driving at work, if I can sit there and have a podcast on, and not have my earbuds in and have something to listen to while people are asleep. Because that happens pretty often. People fall asleep in the van, and I have an earbud in there now, but it's kind of hard to navigate. But it's I can also go, "Hey Meta, what am I looking at?" Or ask it questions. My daughter fucking loves it. My daughter puts them on, and she's she'll put them on and she'll be like, "Hey Meta," and you hear the little bing, and she's like, "What does a cheetah do?" Right? She's just fucking eggs out. She's like, "What?" She's 6. She's like, "What does a cheetah do?" And then you'll hear it go "A cheetah will, all this information." And she's like, she loves it. And that's the thing. I'm this is why AI is not a bad thing, because they can ask questions and get actual answers.
I'm guaranteed that half these people that say that they don't like AI probably use AI.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people, here's the thing, in the next couple of years, this shit's going to be fucking everywhere. Yeah. It's already everywhere, but it's going to be more useful. It's one of the cool things with the Meta Ray-Ban is I can go, "Hey Meta," and I can be like, "What am I looking at?" Right. And it will be it will take a snapshot and be like, oh, here's what you're looking at.
Google must be like hitting their head off the wall because they did the Google glasses and no one took it.
No one liked them. Yeah. But now they've got the AR glasses that Meta just displayed at their Meta Quest event like a couple weeks ago. And those are kind of ARG glasses. And then you've got like the Apple Vision Pro, which kind of a lot of people got. Like they spent the $3,500 on like the headset, and then they just kind of like put down. Like there hasn't really been a lot of like adoption of the technology. And I think it's like you got a $3,500 price tag, you know, but then again, it's like Meta Quest 3 is affordable. It's like $400 or something, 300, 400
Well,
bucks.
I think it's because most people use everything on their phone, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so for example,
Not on the phone, they don't.
yeah. So like, for example, I was worried with the Meta Ray-Bans that I would be stuck like having to just like listen through like the Meta app because it can connect to Spotify and it can do all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh fuck, man, like I hope that's not the case. No, it connects like as Bluetooth. So I can sit there and like I can bring up OpenAI and I can bring up the ChatGPT app and I can have like my conversation with my AI while I'm, you know, instead of having my headphones in or whatever, like while I'm just walking around. Because I bring up, I do this a lot when I'm in the van by myself. If I'm wanting to like kind of workshop an idea or whatever, I'll just like bring up the chat feature and then just chat with it, you know. And I've had some really good conversations. Like some of the stuff that it's come up with before has been like really, really, really good. Like you have to really work at it for a little while to kind of like get what you're looking for. But you can prompt it, like ask it questions, because it will give you like the boilerplate questions at first or the boilerplate responses. And then you're like, you just have to give it specific because you get out of it what you put into it. And that's one of the things I really like about it is this going to be everywhere pretty soon? Hold on here. A couple of quick supers. H-Barts here says, a difference with Rings of Power is that I felt the need to defend the character since there's so much hate for Galadriel. No, I get that. There wasn't any hate for Lucy Goosey. Everyone loved Lucy Goosey. And Morfred did nothing wrong, and she did a great job as Galadriel, so I understand that. But you are now becoming the fandom defender, H-Barts.
See, I had a hard time getting into Rings of Power because I'm I'm of the Peter Jackson trilogy, holy trilogy, you know? So I'm like, if it's not connected in some way.
No, I get that. But it is kind of connected in some way.
Yeah. It's kind of like how, you know, the game Shadows. What's it called? The
Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War.
Yeah. You know how Gollum looks very much like the Andy Serkis Gollum?
Yeah.
That was enough for me to be like, okay, I can accept this. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It needs something like that, you know? I've seen the pictures of the Balrog, and maybe that could be enough to, you know, convince me.
The Balrog is it's quite good. Like the visuals of that were quite good. So, but one of the interesting things about speaking of AI, they've actually been able to create alternate scenes for movies. Like here's one from Age of Ultron that Marvel doesn't want you to see. This is why they fired Joss Whedon, by the way.
Oh God. That Hulk is quite good though.
Yeah, look at that. Look, his fucking neck is huge, man. And then you've got they did live action Elsa. Check this one out. Look at that. That looks like Elsa. Right? You can see this one, can you? Yeah, you can see this one.
Yeah, I can.
So here's the video. Boing, 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 boing. Boing, 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 boing.
Shaking my head.
You know what's funny is we've been on for like 3 hours now, and there's still
no one called in.
No, you and Mitch did, and that's fine. You and I have been having fun. No, there's like 29 people watching on YouTube, but there's still 125 on Twitter. It just fucking sucks though that there's like barely any interaction on Twitter. All right. See, this is here for 5. Thank you. Says the only thing is I don't want to Satanic Panic to ever come back. All I ever remember was the Satanic Panic sucked. Yeah, I mean, we are in that phase with fucking AI. I mean, we are. It is there, unfortunately.
Well, Satanic Panic is back anyway, with all of them thinking that all the Hollywood celebrities are satanic.
Yeah.
Although, Diddy is kind of, maybe.
Oh no, that thing with Diddy is bad.
Yeah. You see the rumors about Beyonce?
No.
That apparently she killed Michael Jackson or something, or had Michael Jackson killed. That's the rumors anyway.
Oh my god! Come on, you can't even fucking.
I don't know. Who knows anymore?
I mean, the big thing to consider here is that with all this shit, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they can control the weather.
Oh yeah, that too.
Who's they?
Then you start listening to some of these old songs. Do you ever hear the one "She Knows"?
No.
Song by, I think is it J. Cole?
Mm.
The lyrics are once you listen to the lyrics, it's oh. And then what's the other one? You know how Somebody's Watching Me? Everyone says that Michael Jackson helped write that or something like that. People speculate that was about Diddy being across the street from him.
I don't know. I mean, I think people are speculating a little bit too much these days, to be honest with you. It's look, we have an actual, huge hurricane that is hitting the East Coast, and that's a bad thing. And then people are just it hit Georgia, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene is all, it wiped out a lot of Republican held areas, which could impact parts of the election. In a couple of weeks. I mean, I'm a little concerned that the polls are coming out and showing that Kamala is losing ground in a few areas.
Be the devil's advocate, though. What if they could do that to the weather? Do you think they would?
If they had the ability to modify and control the weather, that would be fucking awesome, right? But
awesome, or would they try to use it as a weapon?
Well, it depends on right? You've seen 2009's movie Watchmen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, remember the whole part when that guy's talking about we're really happy that God is an American?
Yeah,
the same thing.
Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah, right. Same thing. It's who's going to wield that power? It would most likely be us or one of our allies. And if they had the ability to wield that power and they wanted to hurt Putin, they would fucking absolutely go after, they'd cause a freeze, whatever, right? But
that's why I'm also wondering is somebody mentioned the Republicans would have done that. I could see them having that technology and using it to blame the Democrats.
I mean, well, why not use it then to bet? That's the thing I don't get. And that's maybe my general issue when it comes to conservatives is just that it's nothing they ever suggest benefits anybody but themselves.
Yeah. But we always say that they project, right?
Oh yeah, no, they're the massive projection is all you see from those guys. But again, it's the same concept of okay, well, you want to fix the border. Well, what does that mean? You want to deport from inside. Okay, well, that doesn't necessarily change anything of what's going to happen down and south of the border, considering the fact that so many people fly in and just stay here. So what are you going to do? And then they got no plan. Well, how are you going to handle fucking healthcare? Are you going to send it back to the states? Because that's that's going to disenfranchise so many fucking people, and all that stuff. And that's why all of these progressive policies are wildly popular, and they're popular in red and blue states. But it's just because our leaders are so fucking incompetent to get shit done that it just ends up being, a fucking waste most of the time.
I do find both sides, though, can't figure out mental health for whatever reason.
Well, they don't want to acknowledge it for different reasons.
Yeah.
The left doesn't want to acknowledge it, in a way that because they it's in my opinion it's something that's not that they can't tie into a larger issue, even though it would be under like general healthcare, right? Yeah. The thing is though, it's like no one cares enough on the left about mental health. Yeah. They don't.
They say they do.
They say that they do, but they don't. I mean, like, you know, individually, yeah, people care, but like as a collective, like it's something that you can't see. How do you fix a problem that is invisible?
And then you had Canada kind of like being like, yeah, we have this option you could do.
Well, yeah, and then but Canada is, you know, in its own place where it's like, I have my health coverage is subsidized through the state. Like I get full coverage from the state. So very similar to what you have, right?
Yeah.
So like if I want to go to a doctor, I have to schedule it.
Their waiting times.
4 months.
Oh. Okay.
But then again, if I want to go, if something is coming up or it's more of an emergency, I can go to urgent care.
Yeah.
Right. And get that taken care of. Or I can call my general practice to call the doctor's office and be like, hey, is anyone canceled? And, you know, and there's a lot of cancellations. So, you know, you can get yourself kind of in. They'll call you back and go, hey, we have an opening like in 20 minutes. So you have to kind of be like on edge to go do it. But, you know, but at the same time, it's like, my eye exam today was covered, which is good. You know, all my medication for being, you know, fucking diabetic is covered. My fucking CPAP machine was covered. You know, yeah, it's not perfect. It's like some stuff like, you know, I feel like my doctor sometimes, if I go like, I'm complaining of something instead of trying to get to the root cause, it's like, here's a pill, which I'm not the biggest fan of, you know, like she gave me Januvia as well as fucking metformin for my diabetes. And like Januvia just gave me a stomachache. I stopped taking it.
There's a reason they say herbs are the best medicine.
Yeah, well, I have to get Department of Transportation fucking certified, so I don't quite know how much herb I can take. You know, I don't know what they look for.
All those teas.
Yeah. And then also real quick here. So, all right. H. Rice here says my Sauron tweet is still getting lots of views. That's great. The one I did the other day about fucking like the guy Cabrutus, whatever, doing like that what is it? Silent Hill 2 is woke. And I'm all like, oh, that's a cute opinion. Did a YouTuber give it to you? Yeah. You know, and that got like fucking 13,000 clicks. I was like, that's fucking funny. Okay, so here we go. H Bards also says Rings of Power is done by New Line, so it very much has Jackson's design look. Look at the sword Elendil got. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Okay. So
there's a lot like there is stuff there that is connected. And like even in season 1, like there's a couple key connections. Like there's a line of dialogue in season 2. And it's like so like there's a character called the Stranger, and you're going to be like, I wonder who that character is, you know? And then you're like, I don't know, maybe it's this person. Maybe it's not that person. They haven't told me. And then season 2 is going to happen. There's a line of dialogue that gets said to that character. And if you've seen the movies, you're going to be like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. You know, and then you get to the end of the season and you're like, yeah, not even a question. It's good though. It's, I really like it. Let me see. Oh yeah. Here's one. This is when this is going to make Brandon freak out. Look at this. Link's got titties. And they're gorge. They're huge titties. This is why I love the internet in the middle of the night. Because you just find some shit. Let's see. I'm trying to find anything else that's... Oh, wow. Like, people are really pushing it to try to get nudity. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, that's close. I can't show that one. That's a little bit too close for comfort there.
And this is a free program?
Yeah. This one is weird. Let me just reset it so I don't want to spoil. We're talking about Harry Potter, right? So
yeah.
Here we go. So it looks like Emma Watson a little bit. Not perfect, but kind of looks a little bit like Emma Watson. Although, the question is, though, where is she? Because it looks like she's... Oh, my God. Look at that. What the fuck? What the shit? This is getting...
Became the goblet of...
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Here we go. Look at this. Look at it's Vanellope. This animation is we're gonna see so much crazy animation is gonna be coming out with this stuff. I mean, it is wild what we're gonna get out of this in the future.
Sonic Jams wants to link to the AI.
It's just, I mean, anime is gonna get. I mean, as soon as you hear, by the way, like that, there's an anime that's gonna be coming. Like, look at this here. Look at this here. She's saying things. I don't know what it is, but the camera, the camera gets it. Oh,
That's the thing about the Satanic Panic. So all the kids that were told this, like, Dandy opens the portals or the hell or whatever, they all grew up. And they're all the ones spouting the woke this, woke that.
yeah. It seems to be. I've always kind of had this theory about generational pendulums, right?
Sure,
So it's
yeah.
like for example, back when I was a kid, right? I had friends of mine that had like really, 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 that had really, really, really,
Religious parents.
yeah, religious parents that were super strict. Okay. And
Yeah.
then they became like super liberal. You know what I mean? Like super liberal as a way to defy their parents. And then now that they're older, like they've become so there are some that became like super liberal and there's others that became like super strict. So, but I really think it depends on like what, kids will rebel against their parents. Right. So it's kind of like my philosophy is I want my kids to be themselves. I want them to joke around, have a good time. Like my daughter, I'm not going to get mad at her if she says a swear word.
Yeah.
Because like I occasionally drop them as well. Like it happens. But I've told her, I'm all like, I don't care if you say that around me, but you just don't say that around other people. And like, don't say it often. But if it slips out, I'm not going to be mad at you.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to do that because like I want her to be able to like ask questions. I want her to be able to like never think that she's restricted from talking about anything. Now we have definitely issues in regards to like when I'm like, hey, we need to go to school and she's not moving her ass. There's a different story there.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where it's just, you're kind of going like some of these parents are so fucking over, like they're so just goddamn fucking annoying, and like the kids, but then you got your kids that are like, they got the super liberal parents and they become like kind of conservative, but then again, I had a guy in my van the other day, we're talking, we end up, he's from Pennsylvania. We're talking politics and he's all like, well, I'm a Trump guy. I'm like, that's fine. I'm not going to sit there and fight anybody. I may not agree, but I'm like, all right, I'm not going to fight anybody over it.
Yeah.
But you know what he told me? I asked him, I said, well, can I ask you? I said, what is it about Trump that you like? And he thinks about it. He goes, I don't know. I mean, like my parents like him and I kind of grew up conservative. Like I think I only like him because my parents like him. And I'm all like, well, there you go, man. Think about that one for a minute.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, okay. But then again, it goes back to like, look at religion. Religion's the same way, right? If parents didn't fucking indoctrinate their kids in religion, it would be dead in less than a generation.
Yeah.
It would be gone. And the shittiest thing about that is I'll get people that get mad at me like, oh, how can you attack religion? I don't like organized religion. I love the idea of like churches being like community centers that are really about trying to like, bring people together for like the greater good. That's good. I like that. I do like that. You know, churches oftentimes have some of the best places to go and do shit. Like for like, you know, if one of my daughter's friends was like, oh, hey, we're going to go to like Bible camp for the week. You know, would you send like someone like, oh, would you send your kid to Bible camp? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because,
Well,
you know,
oh,
well, let me just finish. Because I went to Bible camp as a kid and I still remember how much fun I had. Yeah, it's themed around the Bible, but they put so much effort into it that like it doesn't, and you know, in many ways they're not, yeah, they're trying to indoctrinate, I guess, but it's like, it doesn't seem forceful.
yeah. I saw someone mention the other day that if Jesus was around today, people would call the Republicans would call him a commie and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. I think if Jesus was around, you know, today,
He would definitely be pro human rights.
I mean, he would be a progressive, 100%. Right? They'd be like, but Jesus, we need to deport the illegals. But why, my son? For this land has no borders. For this is all God's gift to you, for everyone to share in abundance, to work together to benefit all. A rising tide raises all ships. Sort of fucking whatever, right? And they're like, well, what about our jobs? But think about it. Like, well, they pick the fruit and they construct the buildings. So you have a place to live for you to go work your job, which allows, you know, whatever the fuck, like it's all, you know, whatever the fuck they want to say. It's just, it's, you know, but what about like healthcare? Well, yeah, people should be looked after, right? Like my argument for the healthcare, and this is how I feel like the best way to make the argument to like conservatives is I'm like, it's investment in your people. It's investment into the future of your people. Because if they have healthcare, then they can be taken care of when they're sick, which means that there's a higher likelihood of them being more productive at work and the spread will slow down because people won't feel like they have to go to work when they're sick. People won't feel like they have to push themselves to the point of exhaustion lest they be fired, you know? And then of course you have to then take that and pair that with, so we need tuition-free education. We need to put a higher emphasis on people learning skills and being able to be, you know, competitive where the future is going.
Give livable wages.
And livable wages, but that would also come with that. So it's a lot of it's you have to kind of approach it from like, not like give people something for free. They're earning it essentially, right? They're earning their place. But you can't really frame it like that because that sounds like very fucking authoritarian. You know, it's kind of like, or fascist, right? Kind of like Starship Troopers, you know, service guarantees citizenship. There's a difference between a civilian and a citizen. Citizens have rights, civilians don't, you know? And so that's what they would do is they would, you know, force you into joining the military in order to then get your citizenship. So then you would have those protections. We don't want that, obviously. And there's still, you know, there's still the, you know, the Buenos Aires attack was most likely a false flag. Just saying. If you want to go back 27 years to Starship Troopers. Hold on here. This is here says the satanic panic was when a ton of religious nut jobs kept saying everything kids like doing in the 80s was all the devil's doing. It was all BS. Yeah, I know. That's what we're seeing today, though. The woke shit today. Everything is woke. Everything is SJW. They got to call it all out. That's the same fucking thing, buddy. It is. It's a satanic panic over fucking nonsense. All right. We have the same thing here with you know, with artificial intelligence, right? Right? Do you have AIDS? Artificial intelligence derangement syndrome? Maybe. You know?
What do you think the social problems of the future will be? Like, what will people be up in arms about?
The same thing they're up in arms with now. It's not going to change. Yeah, it's not going to change. Not in the way that we wanted to. And the reason why it's not going to change in the way we wanted to is because people can get their heads out of their own ass and recognize that, you know, maybe it's not always about them. Now, it's not to say that you shouldn't have your thoughts, your opinions, and your beliefs and you, whatever. Okay. And not everyone should be fucking offended all the time. That's another part of it too. Yeah. Is a lot of people are just fucking offended all the time. And the thing is, though, you have to ask yourself, like really legitimately have to ask yourself, if you are one of those people that gets very offended, are you offended because you are legitimately aggrieved, or do you feel like you have to react?
Well, that's the other thing. Like, offensive used to be like, oh, that generally actually offended me. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. It's
jokes,
rare that I'm like legitimately offended.
Yeah.
Like it's very rare for me that I'm legitimately offended. A lot of stuff, and I've seen shit said about me that has been pretty, that might have desensitized me a little bit.
Yeah.
A lot of that shit.
Tweet that people kept throwing around.
No, that doesn't offend me. It irks me though.
Yeah.
Because it's like, because here's the funny thing too. Most people, when they say that, you know what I say back to that? I'm all like, I don't agree with it.
Yeah.
Oh, well then why'd you say it? I was trolling. Oh.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Like,
Yeah.
like that's it. I'm like, oh, okay.
It seems that's a problem on both sides too. People accusing anyone of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's also kind of the point. And like the tweet I made was from 2012.
Yeah.
So it's kind of stupid, and whatever. And it's just, but a lot of it is just people want to, they want to hold things over you, because that's how they win. It's not let me challenge your ideas. It's let me just say this shit. Like that's it. And really it's, whatever, like who gives a shit is like kind of the way that I see it at this point. Is it's just like, fuck you guys. Like, either engage with my argument or fuck off. But the thing is though, like, this is one of the reasons why I don't want to like call out the chuds. It's not that I don't want to call out the chuds. I do, because like they fucking suck and they've caused a lot of like irreparable harm to people's psyches over this shit, right? Like imagine something you've loved your whole life, and then you come across a bunch of people and they're like, this shit sucks. It's totally terrible. Like, everything you love is bad. And then you're like, you hear it enough times from enough people, and then they're all going to start believing it, which is the whole, the whole issue.
I think they're definitely funded by someone.
I think there's,
I think Blaze Media.
I think that there's some, I don't know. I don't know about anything else. You know what I mean? Like I don't have any evidence or any kind of anecdotal shit. I just personally think that what you've got is a situation where there are like so many people that have found a way to just kind of like make money on this.
Yeah. Because I have noticed like some of these content creators that spew their nonsense on their own platform are completely different people on other platforms. Like I've seen Jeremy not be an asshole on other platforms, or Brian Canola. It's like, why are you different there versus on your own platform?
Well, because he's playing a game.
Yeah.
And the game he's playing is one where he, it's he knows what will get attention, and he knows what will get, like what he'll make him money. And it's not just him, it's entirely it's a collective of people that want to make all that money together, and they're in a position, quite frankly, to do it, right? Like they are in a position to do it. They, one of the things that Jeremy has said once, and I remember this from a long time ago, is he had said that like, they have a Discord, I think, or like some group chat. I think they have a Discord where a bunch of them are there in the Discord, and they'll start talking about like, they'll share articles, and they'll start talking about certain things. And what you have is you've got like the smaller people will kind of start making videos about something. And if those videos start to get traction, then Jeremy will make a video. He never wants to lead the pack. He never wants to lead it. He always wants to come in at the very end, and and then be able to use that as a springboard to be able to get, to be able to kind of maximize it, right? Yeah. Because then, like you figure if, like Ryan Kinnell, Nerdrotic, they all talk about it. They all have the same opinion. Nothing about it changes. Nothing about it differs. It's always the same opinion. And so then it's like, but if they all keep talking about it in that ecosystem, then all their viewers are just going to keep getting the same videos recommended to them. And then that creates that algorithmic spiral that we've talked about so often. So there's really like, I don't know the only way that I could see it being combated, like legitimately combated, would require a concerted effort of like, I don't know, 20 different YouTubers that what they did is they waited, and every time one of those guys, they upload a video and they can kind of figure out which video is going to be like whatever, Kathleen Kennedy says anything, right? Has the audacity to exist. And they put out those videos with the same talking points. Then those YouTubers all basically say, again, the exact same thing that, to counter it. And they all put out their videos and they all rip off their title, their tag, and their description. And they do this enough times, YouTube will eventually start recommending that content in the sidebar or in the post video stuff. And then it will start hijacking their algorithm and then showing up when people start looking for content similar, because it's going to be seen as content. And if you flood the market with that content, it will eventually start seeping in to a lot of the other people. Yeah. And once it breaks through that algorithm, it's going to cause damage. It's going to cause a lot of damage. And the thing is, though, to be honest with you, because there's no left-wing mechanism for funding an operation like that, there's literally no way you're going to be able to get 20 people to just do this consistently for like probably 2-3 months in order to be able to break through and to have a foothold. They're just not going to do it.
Most people give up, right?
It's not that they give up. They just they don't see the
results
response
right away.
Yeah. Yeah, they just don't see the results.
It's kind of like going to the gym.
yeah, they like Music Man here says that might actually work. No, it would work because I'm I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like I know exactly what I'm talking about here. So it's something that would require organization. You'd have to have like a group of people dedicated. And I've mentioned this to other people before who kind of talk about the chuds. And it's not that they don't want to do it, but again, it's like it cuts into that shit. Like if like, look, I've been on right now for, 3 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah. There is no way anyone is going to get to this point in the replay. It's just not going to happen, right? I mean, not organically. They might skip around and like listen. But even at this point, we still have 127 people watching on Twitter and 32 on YouTube.
Good watch hours.
Well, for YouTube, what do we got? I can actually see this here. Right now it's got an average view duration of about 22 minutes, which is not bad, and so that's not bad at all. But goddamn, though, you guys have been fucking awesome with the super chats. Holy shit. Yeah. $236 in fucking, 3.5 hours. Now, sadly, they take 30% of that, but by the way, no, thank you guys. I really appreciate that. So here's the thing. Blargan here, okay, makes a point. If it was that easy, I'm sure Disney or a major studio would have done it by now. They don't care. Here's the thing. They don't pay off influencers in the way that you're thinking. They do, I guess you could say like provide content, right? Yeah. That they can use. The negative is a controlled opposition type thing. What I mean by that is the negative is something that the company, like let's say Disney, uses as a way to get people to talk about it because they know that if it bleeds, it leads. It's just advertising 101. Yeah. That's really what it is. So they don't necessarily care. And I agree with Blargan here. Says my point is that they don't care because the fandom menace people probably don't matter as much as the people think that they do. They love them. That's right. They do. They do.
Joker 2 is all the rave right now.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's almost like they want that Last Jedi boost that they had.
But the problem though is that like the Joker is like we're in a place though where the inmates can run the asylum.
Yeah.
Right. And that is ultimately where Star Wars is right now. This is the whole thing. Okay. It's like, yeah, you have a couple years where it's like, you've got people that are upset. and then like people that aren't upset, and they kind of fight, they kind of fight, they kind of fight. But then you start looking at it from like, you know, the perspective of YouTube. What are people watching on YouTube? Are they seeing content that is reflective of a popular brand, or are they seeing nothing but hate? I don't really see a lot of like, hey, this was good. I see this shit was bad. And the shit that says shit was bad, guess what? That gets the views.
Yeah.
That gets the views on YouTube. That's not necessarily what gets the views on TikTok. And TikTok has about as many monthly active users as fucking YouTube. And people like TikTok. Right? Like that's kind of
about AI too. So different platforms.
Yeah, real quick. Geek Studios, check your DM on Twitter. I sent you something. Yeah,
different platforms don't hate AI as much as others. So like the YouTube community is kind of forgiving with the AI, but Twitter isn't.
Well, Twitter is like you know, again, like there's not a lot of like anti-AI stuff that like you'll find. Like there is some on Twitter, or I mean on YouTube. But a lot of the stuff I watch is very, you know, it's like, oh, this is what's happening. This is the new shit. And there's a lot of advancements. It's really interesting because there's a genuine excitement about AI on YouTube.
Yeah.
Right. There's a genuine excitement because it's not just AI art on, you know, on fucking Twitter. It's like, you know, you can go and make an AI art piece and people are like, oh, like, you know, you're taking away, you know, taking our gerbs sort of thing.
Yeah.
And that is something that people do say, you know, and so at the same time, you know, there's on Twitter, there's a lot of excitement over AI video. Like some of those guys, like they put out some really interesting shit, and there's excitement about that on Reddit. And so like the Luddites, they are complaining, but they're also a very small minority, right? You're welcome, man. Enjoy. It's a fucking awesome movie.
Yeah, same with Instagram and TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, TikTok is, I mean, Instagram, in my opinion, is dead. Like it's dead.
That's a toxic sledge.
It is. I mean, even Threads, like Threads was like is something they can build off of, like, and they can make it work.
Threads was positive at first, and then it slowly is becoming like Twitter.
I have no idea how to even like engage on Threads. Like it's nothing I post ever gets anything. Blargan here says, artists actually post art to Twitter. There's very little art on YouTube. It makes sense. Twitter's community is more divided. That's a good point. That's actually a really good point. I feel like a lot of people, again, it's like, you know, a lot of us who like AI, we're not like, hey, like, you know, like I tell everyone, I'm like, use it to your advantage. You are already an artist. So you would have a better idea of how to fundamentally integrate this into your workflow.
Yeah.
To make it work.
Well, it's like my AI music that I've been doing. So what I do is I train it off of my own vocals. And then when I'm done generating and finding the perfect song, I take it and then put it into an editing software.
Okay.
Where I equalize and do a bunch of different fancy stuff.
Yeah. Do you have the Suno?
Yeah, I use Suno.
And then do you separate the vocals and the
Yeah, I do a lot of that stuff. And they do give the option to. I wish it was more user friendly to train your voice off of AI, but
yeah, I'm just having trouble right now trying to get the goddamn thing to like let me you know, like just do a fucking loop.
So the key I found is to up your volume on your mic on your computer settings, and then it'll really pick up your vocals properly.
Okay.
And then you extend when you upload the vocals or wherever, you extend from that little clip, and then you do your regular make a song, blah 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 type thing.
I mean, I don't do the vocals bit because like I don't care about that right now. But that's just me. That's just me. I'm like, I would rather like I want like, you know, creepy atmospheric like background tracks.
Yeah, that's fine.
And it fucking just takes it. Sometimes it's a pain in my ass.
I just find it's for me it's almost like oh, this is cool. This is something
Yeah.
that I can actually sing. This,
Well, and I think that's
thanks
going to be
my
the point.
vocals.
Yeah, like you're not gonna, you might like it might make you sound a little bit better, but you're not going to be able to go to like a karaoke joint,
No.
and like do that, and like like my younger brother, actually recently like won like best new art like singer at a karaoke competition. Like he's been doing that shit, and he loves it, but he's like that's his jam, like no one's stopping you to do all this stuff. See, Blargan here says, I'm a slut for the struggle when it comes to making my art. The majority of my merch I sell is stickers that I still hand cut with scissors instead of using my cutting machine. Sometimes people dislike that shit, dude. Sometimes people dislike that shit. It's just like, whatever makes you, it's like there's a line in the movie The Wild Robot where like this beaver is doing something and everyone's giving him shit for it. And he's all basically like, the artistry is in the work.
Yeah.
Is a way to describe. I'm paraphrasing that quote.
I
but
just
that's a
wish
lot of
it
what
was
is.
easier to explain that to others.
Well, yeah, I mean,
like-
AI has a fucking curve, dude. Like it has a
Yeah.
fucking curve to it.
Yeah. Because the second you say that you used AI, people will be like, "Oh, you used AI for the whole thing." You know what I mean?
Yeah, like
yeah,
you just fucking you did all that shit.
yeah. Ignoring the all the work that you put into it, right?
Donovan
Is messaging.
Oh no, a couple hours. He still stalks me.
Oh.
A couple hours ago, he's just fucking. He's just crying. He's just crying his ass off. Because he's just again, people like him have absolutely no fucking. There's nothing about them that's even remotely a person at this point. Let's see. Geeks here says, I do something similar with Suno. I usually record my vocals first and then I put it through AI and make my own beat through FL Studios. Yeah, man. Like that's part of it too. That's a big part of it is a lot of people can take it and they can use it to build off of something.
Yeah, and also like as long as you're paying the subscription, it's yours to keep and like
yeah. Well, I mean, even
money
after
out.
it's done,
Yeah.
even after it's done, you still get it. But
Yeah.
real quick here to go back, Joel here says, what do you think about Dane's friend Eric Debunks? He tries to break through the algorithm. He needs more than himself. That's what I'm saying. It requires a great deal of people because they've got a built-in infrastructure of channels that are all like swirling around the same fucking poop pile, and so it's like getting through that to the general consumer is going to require like he should fucking start recruiting people and then create the initiative to start making that push and see what happens.
Well, I'm thinking a bunch of people should like make thumbnails for each other. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that is an
Like-
idea.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It could make those nerdrotic thumbnails. You know what I mean? This is the
I will admit they are good thumbnails. Like
Yeah,
his
yeah.
thumbnails are good. Like they're very clickable.
Yeah.
I can see that.
that's
Jeremy's
probably
thumbnails are like
that's probably
fucking terrible.
part of the reason why he got the subs that he got.
Well, and what we have to remember too about a lot of this stuff is that again, it's consistency, right?
Yeah.
So like what do they do? Like, he puts out a few videos a day, I think. He'll do like a daily live stream at noon. If there's a new like he's home all the time.
Yeah.
Like he's home all the time. So if you're home all the time, you've got the ability to do this. It's like, my kids being in school now, I get 6 hours, I've been mostly sleeping because I, whatever, like, all that shit. But it's like, that's a lot of it is, you have the time to be consistent. Look at John Campia. Campia's got no kids,
Yeah.
works from home. And he's got people, he's got Robert Meyer Burnett literally driving from LA out to fucking like, a whole other goddamn county.
I guess you could also schedule videos too. YouTube did make that easier.
They did. But the thing is, if you're covering current events,
yeah, you can't.
You know what I mean?
schedule
So-
something like that, yeah.
yeah, it's like if I were to do like an early, let's say Hollywood After Dark, right? Like I pre-record it and then I do a release at like 6 p.m. You know, like people know it's not me being live. And that's a little bit of a different thing because I've been doing live now for like 3 years.
Yeah.
And doing live is long, you know,
It's hit and miss.
It's hit and yeah, it's absolutely hit or miss. But the biggest problem with doing it live is that you kind of train the audience.
Yeah.
And you know, and it's like I like talking live. I'd love to do it. There's more I'd love to do with this kind of shit. But it's like I don't have, you know, when I wasn't working. So like, okay, so I'll give you an example. So like last year, for example, like before summer 2023.
Yeah.
I would average like, I would average about probably $1,200 a month doing Uber. Right.
Yeah.
And that's not including like wear, tear, gas, and anything like that. And then I would get about probably 1,500 off of YouTube. And a lot of that was, you know, like super chats, right? And you know, channel memberships, things like that, right? And so I'd be streaming at night. I'd have over 100 people usually watching, talking about movies, and we would, you know, and my general joking around. And so then the writer strike happened and the actor strike happened. And then that enthusiasm got real nasty. And I'll fucking fully admit, like I was fucking frustrated because it was just like, everything was like so much fucking like, everything was a fight. Everything felt like a fucking fight, you know, and I was just losing interest in it because it wasn't exciting anymore. It wasn't interesting. And so it's like, I can't sit there and like do something that's literally like driving me up the wall. You know, and then I started noticing like a dip in super chats and a dip in this. And like, then I started talking about AI because I find AI to be fascinating. And then people who were supporters were then messaging me like, I can't talk about this, so I have to go away. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to stop talking about what I want to talk about. But then over the course of a few months, there's like, and not only that, but like Uber itself started like dipping. Because last summer, 2023, gas was like $5 a gallon. So it shot up, right? Like everything shot up. Inflation was really high. So it started getting like really bad. And it just was like completely fucking unsustainable. And then I'm like, I need a job. And then I found my job, you know, and so that's great. And so it's like, would I love to go back to all that? Like, fuck yeah. Like I would love to do something where it's like, you know, I could do this shit, every day. Right. I really, honest to God,
the dream job.
Yeah. Like not even like Boulder Talk. Like I would prefer to like literally just like shoot the shit for 2 hours a day and like, you know, have that be a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Vince here says, I like Campia. His sports show has been nice the last few days. You can tell he's more passionate about that too. Exactly. You know, exactly. It's if you have more passion about certain things, like I like politics. I'm passionate about politics. I mean, you know, and I like weird news as well, but it's kind of like, you know, that's just kind of hard to fucking get into. I like true crime. I think I'm pretty good at telling true crime stories. So that's something, and that's more like of an evergreen type thing anyway. But then it's like, I'm thinking about like, you know, movies, like what makes me happy about movies is like, I like just kind of just riffing about them. Yeah. And I know that's going to be a smaller audience, to build up. I mean, you know, I loved it when I was doing like Podio commentary live and we had the phone call ins, like that was great. But for that to be sustainable, it's like, you know, I need to like go see the movie on Monday and then do a call in on Tuesday or something, you know, and like that takes time to build up. And then like, trust me, man, it's like, you know, I can't set anything in stone because as soon as I try, all goes the fuck away.
Yeah.
It's just every day. So it's that part's always kind of annoying. But like realistically, I think it'd be a lot of fun to just kind of like talk about, you know, like to just talk about movies. And that's something I really do enjoy. More than anything else. I think it's just like getting through this next month. This is going to be tough, you know, with like all the fucking politics and shit. I know you in Canada, you got your stuff.
Oh yeah, Trudeau.
You know,
we even have local politics that's going on right now too.
Yeah, it's you know, I mean, we got that here as well in Olympia.
Yeah. And what I find is different up here, though, we have debates every like almost week. It's a weekly thing with the debates, and I feel like you guys in America would probably benefit from something like that, because then it would show how like it would show how much BS like Trump or whatever is spewing, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest problems with that is that we don't like to debate as much, like, I mean, we do, but it's like, we kind of make it this like spectacle rather than something that should be like, more frequent. Like during the presidential election, like the primary season, there needs to be a debate between both sides, all candidates. If you meet a certain threshold of like, support or donations or whatever, you should have Republican and Democrat independent all on the same stage.
Yeah.
Right. And then it's just like, here's our ideas. Here's our thoughts. Let's make these things a reality. Like, let's talk about it. And it's, but the thing is though, is that again, both sides are deathly afraid of an outsider coming on in and fucking kneecapping them.
Yeah.
Because if they would have ever done that, let's say when, 2016, when like Bernie was running, well, you would have absolutely, I think you would have had a landslide for Bernie because his policies are popular amongst both sides. He actually went to Fox News in 2016 and did a town hall on Fox News. And you know what? He walked away ahead. And a lot of people liked him because they thought that, like you guys, they have all like he's a communist or whatever, all that shit. That's not true, but it's just like he did well. And the biggest problem is that so many fucking people are just distracted by the mainstream media that wants to keep everyone divided. And that's why it gets really difficult. Like I had a woman in my van the other day who was from Alaska and she is like super anti-pronoun and she doesn't think, like trans people exist and whatever. And it was like, I'm like, okay, for one, like she's a customer, so I'm not going to like pick a fight. But then I'm like, how do I have a conversation with her where I'm like, but like it's just something that's going to be like whatever. And I told her, I said, like, I'm a liberal. I don't like Trump, but we had a conversation and she was like, she goes at the end, she goes, well, thank you for listening. Like, I know we don't agree, but like, thank you for listening, and like not wanting to like fight me over it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's no point in fighting you because all I'm going to do if I fight you is you're just going to dig your heels in, and that's a lot of it. People just dig their fucking heels in and they want to be stubborn about it. And that ends up being, I want to actually show you, this clip and then I do need to go to bed, but there's this, speaking of that the other day, there's this one guy named, let me see, is this the one here? Trying to find the actual clip because there's a guy named Adam Mockler who likes to go and debate Trump supporters, and he does this at rallies and everything else. And she this woman he was talking to was just like really, really, really into it. Okay, here we go. This is it right here. Let me just share screen. Okay. Sometimes I wish they made it a little easier to make everything better. Okay, so this woman, he's already been debating her. This is like towards the end of the debate. And so, or he's discussing, and she's very much like, she says she was at January 6th, like all these things. And it just, you can see she's frustrated. So he asks her a very simple question, and it's a loaded question, but it's a simple question nonetheless.
If you had to choose in November between Kamala Harris and Vladimir Putin, who do you vote for?
I would not vote for Kamala.
So you're abstaining? Or would you cast the ballot for the big V man?
That's a tough one. That really is a tough one.
Really?
That's a tough one for me. I would never, ever in a million years vote for Kamala.
Okay, what if it's
I might not vote at all then.
What if it's Kamala versus Kim Jong-un?
I probably wouldn't vote.
Wouldn't vote?
No.
So what if Kim Jong-un is ahead in the polls and you could be the tie-breaking vote and you could make sure that an American president wins, not Kim Jong or Vladimir Putin? Would you be that tie-breaking vote, or would you let Kim Jong-un get enough power?
I would not vote for
You wouldn't vote?
No, I would not vote for Harris.
Wow. If you had to choose.
See what I'm talking about? Like that
I'd
is
rather not vote than,
Yeah. I mean, for one, she's full of shit. Let's be real. I mean, She's
She
like,
would
nope, I
probably
won't.
vote Kamala.
She would vote Kamala. She's probably already voting Kamala. No, I'm kidding. But like, no, I mean, yeah. But again, the idea there is that, oh, well, you're challenging my worldview and I don't like it. And
There's so many people like that.
yeah, but they'd already had this kind of heated debate. This had already gone on for like 12 minutes, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's like she's already frustrated. She's already kind of been losing the debate, so she's got to
She
maintain.
already kind of wants to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she says that, and it's like, that's the problem with the cult, is that they do not want to acknowledge that, like, maybe, just maybe, this ain't the best look. And it does look, it does do it on both sides.
Yeah.
Like the left does it too, where they dig their heels in something and they don't ever want to stop for a second and go like, maybe not. Maybe we shouldn't be giving this particular squeaky wheel the grease. And that's a big problem for them.
It also seems like there has, like, the idea of a center is gone too.
I mean, like, I've always kind of thought of myself as like a centrist, but like, look, when it comes to like policy, I'm progressive. When it comes to down ballot voting, it's going to be, I'm sorry, like, there's no Republican that's caught my interest. Now, I'll be honest, I haven't really gone looking, because I look, the way I look at things, and this is, you can call me a partisan hack, whatever, but I'll be honest about it, is I don't believe the conservatives are in any position to govern anything. They have shown time and time and time again that they are not for the working class, the middle class. They're not for anything other than trying to be obstructionist in the face of progress. We are up against a world that is moving rapidly in the way towards, like, engineering and fucking medical and fucking AI and everything, space race, all that shit.
They're probably still upset that they lost the Civil War.
I mean, well, they've, I guess to some extent, maybe there's a little bit of that there, but I'm just saying, it's like conservatives have shown that they're not interested in trying to move us forward. They're not interested in trying to make sure we're all taken care of.
Yeah.
They're interested in cutting taxes, which fine. I'm okay with that. I like cutting taxes.
I think everyone agrees.
But what are we going to do about our infrastructure? What are we going to do about our crumbling bridges? Like, Biden signed that bill, got that bill done.
Because especially if we're getting hurricanes like we are,
Yeah. What are we going to do about climate change? It's not a fucking myth. It's not, whatever. We're seeing this now. Like right now in Florida and Georgia and parts of the Gulf of Mexico, they're getting fucking hammered. And it's, 2 in a row. That's pretty big, and then what happens? The conservatives come out and they start pushing disinformation, most likely coming out of Russia. It's like,
their manipulation.
Yeah. And then Trump's out there saying that they're only going to give people $750. He got fact checked by Fox over that thing, and so again, time and time and time and time and time again, conservatives do not actually care about being a governing party. The problem that Democrats have is they're like, and this is why I got to give Kamala Harris a lot of credit for her campaign. And I don't know why the polls are the way they are, but I'm not thinking about that necessarily. But coming out and saying, like, I want all of us to work together. I've got prominent Republicans that have come out and endorsed me. We're trying to build a coalition to kind of get us back to normalcy. We want both sides to work together. This is the checks and balances. Biden was really good at, the thing is, Biden was a great legislator because he understands the system, because he spent fucking his 50 years in it. Yep. And so he understands, he's got connections everywhere. Like, he's a really, really, really good person to work on these things. And all things considered, he should probably have another fucking term.
Yeah.
Really, because he's been so good, but things didn't work out that way.
We had term limits up here in Canada. Essentially up here, as long as you get voted in again, you can keep on running.
Yeah. Here, I understand term limits. I'm okay with term limits. I feel Congress needs term limits. I don't know why they don't. The fucking Supreme Court needs term limits. Federal judges that get a lifetime appointment doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, like everything but the presidency essentially can be disputed. Well, no, there's some governorships in like certain states where they can only run like one time. Yeah. And so they keep it fresh that way, which is, I guess, good. But one of the reasons why, like they have like 6-year terms for senators, is because it takes a long time to get anything done in Congress. It takes a very long time to get things done, and people need to figure out like how to play the game, how to play the system. Biden was really, really good at that. I mean, look at how much legislation he got through in 4 years.
Wasn't Obama good at that too?
Obama was good, but nowhere near as good as Biden. The first 4 years, like, my God, man, he outshined a lot of people. And this is stuff that benefits the American working class, the American middle class. But what you've got is all this dark money in conservative media, all of these people that are being funded, through all of these, like, look, Kamala Harris has raised $1 billion in like 90 days. It's like there's money at play here. There's a lot of money at play. And again, I don't know where things are going to go.
Well, I saw the interview with Elon Musk. He's terrified of going to jail.
For what though? That's the thing. Like, what did he?
Well, election interference for sure.
I mean, well, yeah. Again, there's some. Will someone like Elon Musk ever see the inside of a jail cell? No,
probably not.
Will Donald Trump ever see the inside of a jail cell?
Probably not.
Okay, so, but again, the idea here is that like there's probably something going on with Elon that is making him afraid. It's probably DOJ investigations into SpaceX, Starlink, Tesla.
Do you think
and
that's
Twitter
money laundering, or
no? I think he's just
Starlink has messed up some stuff with their radio signals and whatnot.
Well, Starlink has absolutely, how do I say it? Like, it's popular and people like it and people use it. So I don't know. I'm just saying it's like maybe there's something there. I don't know what it is. But what I do know is that I need to go to bed because it is almost 3 o'clock in the morning. As you guys can tell, my voice is starting to kind of go a little bit.
Yeah, I saw Starlink satellites create light pollution and destruct radio frequencies, and that's making it worse.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's like this. It's actually a pretty strong signal. When I'm on cruise ships, that's what they. Yeah. Well, the one for he's offering like 30 days free for Starlink for the hurricane victims.
Yeah.
But they're charging you $400 for the satellite.
Yeah.
And then they're charging you $120 a month after that.
Right.
So it's crazy stuff.
Yeah. But I won't keep you long. So I'll head out, I guess.
Yeah. I'm going to go to bed. So.
All right.
All right. Thank you, CJ. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Thank you. All right, everyone. What a long, fun ride. If I'm only going to do one of these a week, this was fun. And I appreciate everybody popping on in and hanging out. It's always a good time. I know it's always kind of weird on the streaming thing, but I do appreciate all of you guys hanging, chilling, talking, and I hope you had a good time. If you guys did, please leave a like. If you are listening to this on Twitter, thank you. I don't know who you are, but thank you. And yep, I'll gotta go back to work tomorrow. So next week maybe. All right, everybody, peace out.